I'm Bill Brenner, Senior Vice President of Content at CyberRisk Alliance, and here we begin again, another RSA. We will be covering this all week. You can check out our interviews at securityweekly.com/RSAC. And I'm joined by my comrade, Adrian.
Hello.
Welcome. How are you?
I'm Adrian, host of the Enterprise Security Weekly Show, and excited.
I was getting to that.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Didn't mean to steal that from you.
So let's talk about things to expect today.
Yeah.
Today's the Innovation Sandbox.
Yep.
Talk about that, because I know you're excited about it.
Yeah, the Innovation Sandbox, I think, is definitely the most entertaining thing that we're going to see at the conference. Hugh Thompson is the MC of it. Famously, I think he's done it every year, and he's got some stand-up chops. He's actually done some stand-up work, and he does a really good job, makes it fun. You know, the format of it is like imagine if you did Shark Tank or Dragon's Den, but you only had 3 minutes to give your pitch, and the mic cuts off after 3 minutes. So it's been a couple years. We haven't seen anybody get cut off after 3 minutes in a couple of years, but it could always happen. You know, it's even people who founded, 5, 6 companies still get up on that stage in front of those judges and can freeze.
So go into some detail just about how it works.
Yeah.
In terms of...
So hundreds of companies submit videos with the hope to be in the top 10. Mm-hmm. So out of all those videos, this panel of judges who are VCs, security researchers, people who've been in the industry a long time, tends to favor more towards investors because these are early stage startups that tend to get selected. Mm-hmm. They look through all those videos, they pick a top 10, and then those top 10 have to prepare this 3-minute pitch. And after they give the 3-minute pitch, there's another 3 minutes where judges, it might be 5 minutes, where judges can ask questions, and they get a chance to ask and answer some questions, and then on to the next one.
Very good. Exciting stuff. Let's talk about some of the topics that we expect to hear about today, but all week. AI, obviously.
Yep.
We were both at B-Side San Francisco yesterday, and the tagline was, "You can't spell dystopia without AI."
Without AI. That was a great tagline.
Yeah, I laughed. But we've seen in the last several months a ton of companies that are pitching the AI ingredient. And so somebody like you, somebody like me, we're always going to be looking at who's going to be still standing when we get to RSA 2025. What are your thoughts there?
Well, now that we've got these AI chatbots, these large language model enabled chatbots, there's a number of different angles to provide security from. You know, so there's for employees using something like a Microsoft Copilot, there are concerns about sensitive data going in, sensitive data coming back out, because Copilot's connected to all your data in Microsoft 365. So it could return potentially data that employee is not allowed to access. You know, like maybe some HR data gets sucked up in there and somebody decides to start, looking through other employee salaries or something like that, or their performance reviews or something like that. And so there's companies aiming to sit between the employee and the AI, the Copilot. There's if you're going to use an LLM and expose it to the public, like have a support agent, a virtual support agent, there are companies aiming to secure that, and again, make sure that inappropriate questions aren't answered, that's not handing out sensitive data that it shouldn't be. And then there's all kinds of different angles here. There's protecting the data that gets trained, going through and making sure that data is okay, that it's not poisoned, that it doesn't have bad stuff that shouldn't be in there. And then there's just the more traditional AI that we've heard in the past, machine learning AI, protecting that stuff as well. So you see a lot of companies, and these are good questions to ask, like where are you sitting? Are you sitting between the employee and a chatbot interface? Are you sitting between customers, the public, and a service that a company stands up? So a lot of questions like that are going to have to be asked to understand exactly what do you mean when you say you secure AI.
Yep. And then other topics that we can expect to be talking a lot about this week, the ongoing efforts of companies to get zero trust right.
Yep.
Um,
We've seen many examples where we've seen zero trust works. Some public examples where it's really saved some companies bacon. So, yeah, I think with that validation, people are going to double down. Yeah.
Yep. And then, there are the topics that are the mainstays, cloud security. So the pandemic is in the rearview mirror, but the consequences of the rush to the cloud remain.
Yeah.
And so
And remote employees.
And trying to strike the right balance with the hybrid model that is quickly becoming the norm. What are some of the other topics that you'll be interested in and listening to hear what people have to talk about?
Yeah, one that I'm particularly interested in is I see a lot of vendors really pushing automated remediation. And we've seen a couple attempts at this in the past. Like one that kind of stands out was Rich Mogul, his startup. He's not the only founder for Disrupt Ops. They were acquired by Firemon. But their early pitch was guardrails. Like you set the guardrails. If anything goes outside that, we automatically correct it. And, this is like 5 years ago maybe that they started that journey. And we had him on Enterprise Security Weekly a year or two ago. And he said, people just weren't ready for it. And so now we're starting to see that stuff again where we're talking about automatically isolating a machine, shutting down an employee's account, that has something that looks potentially malicious. And again, we're going to be asking that question, are people ready? Are they willing to sacrifice availability for stopping an attack that could, result in a ransomware attack? I think as people go through these ransomware attacks, more and more they're willing to accidentally shut down somebody's account to potentially avoid that kind of outcome.
Yep. So looking at the keynotes, there are some real heavy hitters this week.
Yeah.
We saw the surprise announcement about Antony Blinken, Secretary of State. We are seeing a lot of heightened security around here. Bag checks as we come in.
Yep.
Any thoughts on that in terms of
the physical security of the conference?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how many attendees we're at, but RSA's line is like, look, this is industry standard at this point, and I mean, it can't hurt to be cautious. So it's the world is more and more on edge, and I've already seen at least one protest since I've been here, and I mean, there's a lot of Israeli companies here, so. Yeah, I mean, the ingredients are there. Why not do a little bit more physical security? Absolutely.
Yeah, I would agree.
I think it's smart to, be a little bit more careful.
Yeah, I would agree. So other things for this week. We have CyberRisk Alliance and our partners. We have Cyber Tacos this evening.
Yeah.
That should be a lot of fun. We have the Security Bloggers Meetup, which is no longer the Security Bloggers Meetup.
Security Network.
Content produced.
Content Network, something like that.
Yep.
I forget the term. Yeah.
And that's going to be at the Tonga Room, where we used to have on Sunday evenings of RSA TongaCon.
Yep.
So glad to see that. What are some of the other things you're looking forward to?
Yeah, I mean, this week I'm doing a lot of interviews, but really I'm looking forward to the conversations because all these trends that we're talking about, I want to get a feel for how real some of these are, how likely some of these things are to succeed, because every 4 years or so, we see a lot of new stuff pop up. Everything's cyclical in security, and, AI is driving a lot of that, but it's not the only one. We also see old stuff become new again. So SIM, again, we're seeing a lot of new SIM vendors that are doing very well. So I think I'm looking forward to the conversations and some of the talks that are going to answer some of those questions about which of these are going to find some traction and which ones are going to miss the mark.
Well, should be an action-packed week.
Yeah.
Looking forward to doing this with you. We'll be here each morning, tomorrow, Wednesday.
Yeah.
I won't be here Thursday, but
Yeah, me neither. Yeah, we'll have some other folks for everybody on Thursday, but yeah, I'm going to be tired on Friday, but
yep,
right now I've got the energy.
yep.
I'm ready to go.
Same here. And just as a reminder to the audience, securityweekly.com/RSAC. That's where you can check out our interviews, check out other RSA-related content, and I hope everybody has a great week and be safe, and we'll be back.
Welcome to RSA Conference 2024. We're here recording live from Broadcast Alley in Moscone West. This interview is sponsored by Silverfort. I'm your host, Adrian Sanabria, and joining me for this interview today is Hed Kovitz, CEO and co-founder of Silverfort. How are you doing today?
Great. Thank you for having me here.
Yeah, absolutely. So identity. We're talking about identity today and the role identity plays in nearly every attack, including ransomware. I think everybody is fairly familiar with identity's role in attacks. You know, we focus on things like security awareness, phishing testing, you know, trying to make sure that it's not one of the entry points. You know, I'm sure it's not the only at the entry that identity matters, right?
Yeah.
You know, but IAM is an interesting space. If you look at all the cybersecurity vendors, the most vendors are in the identity space. Yeah, so why is that? Why is identity so big?
I think it's a huge problem, and I also think that over time it's becoming a bigger and bigger element of enterprise security. I think one of the reasons is because, you know, these days where people are working from anywhere, right? So they're not just working from the office. They can work from anywhere in the world. They can use any device. Doesn't have to be a corporate device, right? So if you think about it, identity is really becoming like the last line of defense, right? If I can log in from anywhere in the world using any device, as long as I can prove that it's me,
right,
and I'm part of your corporate environment now, I can access anything, then identity really became, in many ways, critical. But over the years, for some reason, we weren't able to bring it to a point where it's secure enough.
Yeah.
Even though there's so many solutions, as you said, still in the majority of data breaches, identity is compromised, both for the initial login and for then moving laterally inside the network. So I think we still need to do more as an industry in order to solve that problem, because it is becoming huge.
And there are some huge identity providers out there. So why is it, you know, just if you use, I guess it's Entra ID now, it used to be Azure ID, or something like Okta, you know, and these companies have done some acquisitions, but are those enough? You know, why do we see, or why would a company want to use more than one identity solution?
So interestingly, all of these are partners for us.
The
way we view the identity space is that the vendors you just named and a few others, they are all the identity infrastructure providers, right? They manage your identity itself.
Right, the directories, yeah.
And they also provide security for their own environment, right? For Entra, for Okta, for Ping. The problem is that it's only securing that island, that silo, right? In a way, it's almost like if you would buy endpoint security from Lenovo and HP and Apple individually, right? And it only secures Lenovo computers.
Right.
I think that people understand now that identity requires a more holistic treatment for security. So people are still going to have those hybrid identity infrastructure, right? Like on-prem, cloud, maybe multiple clouds. But I do think that there's a need for a security platform that secures identity across all these silos. And that really is what we built and why we actually partner with these vendors.
Yeah, that makes sense. And I think a couple of years ago we got the sense with MFA that was going to solve a lot of these problems. Why didn't it?
I still think MFA is a very important piece, right? But I think MFA alone is not enough. People unfortunately make the mistakes of, you know, approving their MFA even if it's not really them. We've seen a lot of these kind of attacks, right, by groups like Lapsus and others, where they trick someone into approving MFA, right? Scattered Spider did the same, and others. And also, there are a lot of cases where it's just not the answer. Think about, for example, non-human identities. There's no person to actually click on MFA approval. So I think that identity security is really becoming a combination of many capabilities, right? You got multi-factor authentication, you have privilege access management, you got security for non-human identities, you got what's now called ITDR, Identity Threat Detection and Response, right? Where it's more on the SOC side of detecting these threats and responding to them. There's all these different solutions that until now were just point solutions. You would buy MFA from one vendor and PAM and ITDR, And what we're trying to do is we're trying to consolidate identity security into one platform that has all these capabilities, and I think more importantly, applies them across all those islands where security until now was siloed, right? On-prem, Active Directory, cloud, and with all the different cloud providers you got over there. It's really about unifying identity security so that it will become more effective.
Yeah. Yeah, and I've noticed one of the issues that we often see with identity is, 80%, 90%, maybe even 99% of the accounts get secured, but if you're missing one or two, that's as good as 100, right? Like how do we address that problem where, maybe MFA is deployed, it doesn't hit 100%, especially in large organizations, how do we address that?
I think you are hitting a very important problem. Identity security, I think, is complex, right? It's one of the most difficult projects usually.
Yeah.
So implementing MFA for a few users, that's easy, but really getting to all of them, that's pretty hard. Same with PAM solutions, right?
Yeah. Impacts
Onboarding
every
a few
employee.
of your users, you can, but really getting to all those admins, not just tier 0, but all of these admins, that's tough. Non-human identities like service accounts, that's many organizations almost consider to be impossible. Yeah. So because of these challenges, people are spending years, lots of budgets, as you know, right, lots of vendors, and still don't fully solve those problems. There are still a lot of these users, systems that are left outside because it's too difficult to onboard them, or because of budget, or because of legacy systems that don't support any modern identity security. I think that until we get to all these blind spots and really solve identity security everywhere, it's never going to be effective, because it's like locking the door but leaving the window open, right?
Yeah.
Yes, you secured your VPN with MFA, but I can still log in another way, or maybe you protect remote desktop, but I can still use a command line tool to log into the same resource.
Yeah.
Or grab a service
or steal an
account.
OAuth key.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So there's just so many ways. Until we holistically take care of identity security, attackers get to choose how to log into our systems. And as long as there's one way they can do it without being seen, they will, and they are today.
Yeah.
So we are seeing this all over. We are really trying, not just us, many vendors I think these days are trying to solve this problem of identity security. I think enterprises are becoming more aware, at least that's what we are seeing. I think we've been around for 8 years now. In the beginning, people barely understood why they should even invest in this. Now I think awareness is much higher. Generally, CISOs understand they need to take care of identity security. They also understand it's not just the infrastructure team's problem, but they understand it is part of security. So I think we are on the right way, I hope, to solve it. But it's a difficult challenge, I think. And attackers know it. That's why they target identities.
I think most people are familiar with the saying, why would I develop an exploit when I can log in?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's very true. I think attackers know that it's just the easiest way to get in.
So you're talking about covering a lot of ground. Is that something Silverford is doing? Are you looking to acquire to do that, to cover? Because there's a lot of space to cover.
For sure.
You're talking about machine identities, like that's very different technology than MFA and things that are employee-facing, human-facing. What's your plan for creating this kind of unified identity security layer?
So we are growing a lot, and it is a very ambitious goal, right, to solve identity security overall. But we have been building this for 8 years now. We have raised more than $220 million, right? A lot of it recently in a Series D round that we did beginning of this year, $116 million.
Yeah.
And yes, part of it will be used for potentially acquiring other companies. I think there are a lot of startups doing interesting things in identity security today. Most of it is point solutions. It's solving one specific problem, but to me that's interesting, because if I can add that to our platform, that's exactly what I want to do. And we are growing very fast in terms of just the business, right? We're growing more than 100% year over year. We're adding more than 100 customers every quarter now. Some of them are the biggest companies in the world.
Yeah.
So I think we're getting to a point which I think is really a sweet spot, where we are still a startup, right? So we still innovate, we still build a lot of new stuff, but we are big enough to have the resources in order to truly build a platform and not just one point solution. potentially acquire, take bigger moves, which I think are required to tackle this huge problem. So I do believe and hope that we will become, the leading platform of identity security overall, not just MFA or ITDR or non-human identities, but just identity security in general. And I think there's a need for that. Somebody needs to solve identity security holistically.
Yeah. And I understand you have a research report you do. Is this an annual report that you do, or is this the first year?
We started to do it, yes. We intend to now do it every year. We call it the Identity Underground report, because a lot of the goal is to uncover a lot of these hidden blind spots that we talked about, right? A lot of companies, like you said, they think they have MFA, they have PAM, they feel like maybe they're kind of covered. They don't understand that so many of their users are still, not using these tools, or maybe they're using them but are not effectively secured because of all kind of hidden permissions or legacy protocols they're still using, like NTLM that a third of admins are still using for some reason, or because they're syncing their on-prem passwords to the cloud. So if they have some vulnerabilities on-prem, an attacker can breach there and then use that to access the cloud as well. All these blind spots people don't think about. The goal of this report is to uncover. So yeah, we released the first one a couple of months ago. We got great feedback, and we're going to continue to do more and more of these. And not just the report, we're thinking about doing more and more things for the identity security community, which I think for many years have been kind of neglected because people viewed identity as an IT or infrastructure. They didn't really think about identity security as a standalone category. And I think now that people are starting to, we definitely want to help the industry get there and get that knowledge that it takes.
Well, and I imagine if you're going to build this holistic platform, even though this is a public report, this research, this data is useful for product strategy, for understanding where those gaps are that you need to fill to be holistic.
Exactly. So the report actually is based on data that we got from hundreds of enterprises that agreed to share data with us for research purposes. And we're just using part of that data to also, give back and share more insights with the industry. But a lot of this data and much more is used to improve our product. Today, I think, especially in the AI era, there's a lot you can do if you have enough data, right? If you really have visibility into every identity, every authentication everywhere, right? On-prem, cloud, humans, machines, everything in between. You can actually get a huge advantage in just the insight you can get out of identities. I think that for so long, identity infrastructure has been fragmented, but it doesn't mean that identity security has to be. I think that identity security can become something that is much more unified, and I think visibility is just the first step. We need to understand what's out there and where are the blind spots.
So before we wrap up here today, what are some of the most interesting insights that came out of this report, this being the first one that you've done?
So some insights have to do with the way people are using identities across hybrid environments, right? Because I think a lot of people understand some of the issues with on-prem Active Directory. They understand some issues in the cloud-native identity provider. They don't fully understand the synergy between them that actually allows attackers to start from one of them and spread to the other, like we've seen in attacks by Scattered Spider, and even in the SolarWinds attack, in a lot of different data breaches, people take advantage of on-prem vulnerabilities and then just go from there to the cloud identity. So part of the insight is around that, how many people are syncing different passwords, configurations between those environments, and how does that expose you to attacks. Some of it has to do with the use of legacy protocols or all kinds of configurations that expose you to your password being stolen or to lateral movement potential, right? So a lot of things around the use of protocols that our customers, a lot of them think that they got rid of, right? They got rid of NTLM v1, they got rid of clear text LDAP, but it's still there. It's so much of it is still there, and they don't even know. And a lot has to do with privileged users, how privileged users are secured, the fact that some people still have so many shadow admins, admins that you don't really know about, but maybe you gave your help desk the ability to reset the admin's password, so effectively they can become admins as well if somebody steals their credentials. These are the kind of things that we talked about in that first report, because a lot of the goal was to just kind of set the ground for what is the state today, so that in the next reports we can start building in terms of trends and where things are going, where attackers are focusing. I do believe, again, that with the use of AI, attackers are going to start using identities in a way that is much more dangerous, because stealing identities becomes easy with AI-driven social engineering, right? You can trick people much easier to give it to you. But then also attacks in your network will become much more automated and faster. So I think that prevention is going to play a bigger and bigger role, because detection might become too slow. If I tell you that there's a stolen identity in your network, and a few hours later you respond to that, that might not be fast enough in this era. So I think a lot of these insights, we are using them now in order to power more proactive or real-time response to prevent these attacks, and not just to send you more alerts. I don't think the industry in general needs just more alerts, data. I think that it's much more about how do we take that data in real time and we use it to prevent threats, and that's where we focus.
That makes sense. Well, Hed, thank you so much for joining us today on Security Weekly. And to find out more about Silverfort, visit securityweekly.com/Silverfort RSAC. And for more RSA content, you can go to securityweekly.com/RSAC. Stick around. We'll be back with another interview shortly.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hi, folks. I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all of the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
On Business Security Weekly, each week we address the challenges facing CISOs through our guest interviews, including former and active CISOs. Our news segment is focused on leadership and communications to better help security leaders translate and communicate security risks into business risks. Jason Albuquerque, Ben Carr, Tyler Robinson, and others add their expertise to the conversation. I'm Matt Alderman, and I hope you search for Business Security Weekly in your favorite podcast catcher and subscribe to download our latest content.
Hi folks, I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
Good morning, everyone. Here we are again, day one of RSA Conference 2024. We're recording live from Broadcast Alley in Moscone West, and I'm your host, Bill Brenner, and I am joined today by my friend, colleague, Todd Fitzgerald, VP of Cybersecurity Strategy for the CyberRisk Collaborative. How are you?
Good. Good to be here.
So we're going to spend the next few minutes talking about CISO stories, which, you know, it started with your podcast, but it's expanded into a larger program that involves webcasts, that involves other types of content. But let's start with the basics. Talk about the format, how it began.
Sure, absolutely.
What that end goal was when you came up with the idea.
Absolutely. So a few years ago, I authored this book called The CISO Compass, which is meant to be a guide for chief security officers, which is sold very well. Best-selling book each of the last 5 years by my publisher. And in that book, we had 75 different CISOs and industry leaders that contributed a gray box to that on a different issue. And I thought, well, wouldn't it be great to do a podcast and do like a deeper dive to supplement the book of 20 to 25 minutes, you know, something somebody could listen to in their workout. And so then we expanded it. So we interviewed most of the people in the book, and then we moved on from there. And today we're in almost 175 episodes of CISO stories, bringing the knowledge of CISOs and industry leaders that are actually doing this work on a whole variety of different issues.
Now, talk about how long has it been since it started?
It's been almost 4 years now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And talk about some of your, boy, so many guests, so many episodes, but among that body of work, what are some of the interviews that stand out to you?
It's always hard for me because the thing that fascinates me is that we've done so many episodes, and I read somewhere once that most podcasts die by episode number 7. But this one has been successful because it's not about me. It's about the guests that we bring on. And so I've had a large network, and so I contact those people, and then now with the CyberRisk Alliance and the 1,200 CISOs that are involved in that, we tap into that brain trust. So each of us knows something different, and no matter what CISO you are, you can't know everything about security. So I can bring those people forward. One of our first guests was Steve Katz, who was the first CISO. And it was, you know, it was an honor to interview Steve and get his insights. He talked about when you're in the boardroom, for example, and you're presenting your case, that if the board doesn't understand it, then you were too incompetent to explain it. Those were his words. And his point being that they're all smart people. And so as CISOs, we have to be able to do that. And then I interviewed Ed Amoroso, who is the CISO for AT&T. And he had a perspective about, he expects the board to educate themselves on cyber, and you know, which is a different viewpoint than a lot of people have. But we've interviewed people across risk, Doug Hubbard and Jack Jones that have written books on how to do risk. This past year, I believe it could have actually been the first podcast, but it was one of the first ones after Joe Sullivan, who is the CISO for Uber, after his felony conviction. We gave him an extended time, and we did that on video, since we started also having this on video. And he talked about his case and the implications for CISOs. And then we've also interviewed Tim Brown from SolarWinds. So we try to bring people that are in the news, their perspectives on issues, and they're more than happy to do it.
So, you know, I'm glad you brought up the Uber interview, because, you know, I've been in the security industry for 20 years. You've been in it longer. Life for a CISO is much different today than it was back in the early 2000s, and now CISOs have to worry about the personal liability if there are successful attacks and whatnot. So talk about how you've seen that change over the years, and what you think of the current kind of state of life as a CISO.
I put together this model, and I documented that in the CISO Compass book, but it was called the evolution of the CISO, and there's 6 phases since 1995 that we've gone through. And what's interesting about that is that each one of those phases brought different skill sets that the CISOs have had to have. So it started off as very technical, and then we moved into a compliance era, and then we shifted to a risk era, and then just when we figured we had all that figured out, then we had iPhones and the cloud and moving the data everywhere, and then privacy became a big concern. So in fact, we just published a new book last November called The Privacy Leader Compass, and we've had some of those people that contributed to that on the show as well. And now I've come up with this sixth phase called the Business Resilient Supply Chain CISO, which really has two concepts in it that we're really risk managing to be business resilient. At the same time, we can't just look at our own companies anymore. We really have to look all throughout that supply chain. And in a couple months ago, we had people talking about that supply chain and how to secure that.
Yep. So, what are you going to be doing in your session? First, talk about your session this week.
Well,
start there.
I thought it'd be kind of fun, since we have all these CISOs with all these perspectives, is I've got a drum, and it's going to be like a lottery game. And I have 200 balls, and I'm going to spin the drum and randomly draw out a CISO, a podcast, and then throw up multiple choice questions. And then the audience will use their smartphones to answer those questions based on what the podcast is. And then I will give the answer, and then we'll give the beginning little short clip from the CISO themselves about what they talked about, and then I'll share my perspective on that issue, and then we'll move to the next one. And you also may get some very valuable prizes in that session as well.
Very good. And I have to ask this question because I think it's not always apparent for everyone, and that is who this podcast is suited for. It's CISO stories, but I think the thing that gets lost sometimes is it's for everyone working for the CISO, people who are on that path to becoming a CISO.
Absolutely. It's a great development tool for that next layer that's wants to become the CISO and needs to broaden out their knowledge, but it's also good for a deep dive in the team, because we're talking about all these issues. If we're talking about identity and access management, for example, and you're in identity and access management, this gives you a perspective from a CISO as to what's going on. And we're talking to some CISOs that are running some of our largest companies, and also some of our smaller companies. So we try to have a really good mix so that it's really across the whole security team. But we've started with the CISO. We also do this with people that are practitioner CISOs that are working in the industry. They're solving problems. So I try to take the theoretical stuff out of it, and let's drill into specifics.
Yep.
What do I do? What does this make me do on my job?
So I do want to mention, and I mentioned this at the beginning, the expansion of CISO Stories as a program. And, as one of the folks behind the scenes, I'm proud of how this has evolved. And in addition to your podcast episodes, we have the webcasts, we have related ebooks, related infographics, and I just wanted to throw out there to the audience, if you go onto the SC Media homepage, up at the top, far left, you'll see it says CISO Stories. You click on that, and you'll get to see all of that content.
I think that's wonderful. This started off with the podcast, but I see all the content, and what I love about that as a person who's been a CISO for a couple decades, that this is the kind of stuff all in one place that you can get. You can get stuff from technology vendors, but you're also getting the work groups in the Cybersecurity Collaborative where CISOs have put together documents on how to solve problems. For example, we had a group that put together people that were having problems with account takeovers and credential stuffing. And a group of 11 or 12 CISOs got together of some of our largest companies to our largest retail companies and tried to figure this out of, okay, what things are people doing, what processes are we using, what technology and tools, without really recommending technology and tools, but giving a perspective on this is what we found when we use this technology, this is what we found when we use that technology, and then putting all that knowledge together in a report that's available to the community. And I think what it does is it democratizes security. It makes it available. So if somebody at McDonald's has hired some consultants and has done something, they sanitize that information and then make it available to the person who's working at the smaller firm that doesn't have those kind of resources but can still leverage that. And so I think it's great. And then all the market research that CRA puts together around that, I think it's great because it's sticking it all together.
So, good luck with your session. Sounds like it's going to be a lot of fun. For the audience, just a note, if you want to stay on top of the content that we're bringing you from the conference, you can do that at securityweekly.com/RSAC. And thanks for being with me, and we'll be back.
Thank you.
Hi folks, I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all of the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
On Business Security Weekly, each week we address the challenges facing CISOs through our guest interviews, including former and active CISOs. Our news segment is focused on leadership and communications to better help security leaders translate and communicate security risks into business risks. Jason Albuquerque, Ben Carr, Tyler Robinson, and others add their expertise to the conversation. I'm Matt Alderman, and I hope you search for Business Security Weekly in your favorite podcast catcher and subscribe to download our latest content.
Hi folks, I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
On Business Security Weekly, each week we address the challenges facing CISOs through our guest interviews, including former and active CISOs. Our news segment is focused on leadership and communications to better help security leaders translate and communicate security risks into business risks. Jason Albuquerque, Ben Carr, Tyler Robinson, and others add their expertise to the conversation. I'm Matt Alderman, and I hope you search for Business Security Weekly in your favorite podcast catcher and subscribe to download our latest content.
Hi, folks. I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find, talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges.
Welcome to RSA Conference 2024. We're recording live from Broadcast Alley at Moscone West. I'm your host, Mike Shima. I'm here with Mike Fay, CEO and co-founder of Island. Mike, we're here to talk about enterprise browsers, and I personally probably live most of my working day in a browser, whether it's documents, email, etc. That's where security is important these days, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, if you think about it, back when you and I started, we had DOS, and then Windows was on top of DOS. Well, now that's almost the way the browser is. Browser's on top of Windows or on top of the Mac OS, and that's our new OS. And as a result, it provides a massive opportunity to upgrade our experience and our security, but also challenges and fears and concerns.
Just a few challenges, yeah. And I think probably fair to say these days most attackers, they don't necessarily want root on your laptop. They want that cookie out of your browser. They want that access in your browser, right?
Yeah.
And so that's where I'm curious. So everybody needs a secure browser. They want a secure browser. What's that distinction then to say enterprise browser?
So I think when you really think about what an enterprise browser is, it's a realization that our businesses spend 80+% of their time in the browser, our users. And that browser was built for consumers, built for 5 billion consumers, and the lowest common denominator out of 5 billion consumers. So the knowledge worker wasn't left with a lot of tools, a lot of help. We have a browser that is quick to finish your shopping list and give you your home address and your credit card number. But that call center worker that's been copying and pasting the same things 50 times does not get help.
Right.
They are still opening up VPNs, and they have to have MDMs, and they get backhauled to web filtering. Then they get put on Citrix, and all this stuff gets piled and piled on, and their experience and productivity just keeps getting beaten down. So the enterprise browser says, what if we took that wonderful browser, and thanks to the Chromium open source project, we use the same rendering, the same look, the same feel, but we build into it the end user experience components. We build into it the needs of the business. We get them in more capabilities, but then we also make it more secure. And it's the combination of those three, which really is kind of the future of cybersecurity, not being a one-off, bolt-on, but being a built-in solution, a comprehensive, single-threaded solution. So the enterprise browser is the statement that those three matter. It's not just one of the constituencies matter.
So, and clearly too, you don't need to re-implement how to build HTM. You're re-implementing what the users are needing. And you mentioned, that user experience. But I don't think the individual enterprise users are, the ones that are say, oh, throw this on my credit card, I want to buy this.
Right.
There's other players here that is clearly appealing to. Tell us about that.
So when you think about those constituencies, let's start with obviously cybersecurity. Having it rethought on how an enterprise wants to work. Even password managers can integrate it to it rather than bolt on. But changing the way the encryption on the solution works, changing the way that keystrokes are entered into the browser, and can somebody sniff that? Can they actually see that? And then rethinking the way data works. So we worked with one organization, very large chain, and they had almost 5,000 rules trying to keep customer data inside their ecosystem. All were replaced by one simple statement. Data in Salesforce can't leave Salesforce. It was gone. That was the done of those rules. So by having control over what happens in that last mile, you can rethink a lot of use cases, BYOD, contractor, but you also can rethink call centers and point of sale solutions. You can start getting people off VDI that don't need that bad experience and that hyper expense. And then you start to think about disaster recovery and the ability to move devices quickly. Then you add on the productivity to the end user. And then you start giving tools back to the business. Instead of having a bunch of end user monitoring tools, the browser tells them what the end user is experiencing. You want to build automation. You don't have to just do it at the API level. Now you can automate right at the end user and bring them into that process. So there really is a massive amount of tech per constituency that we bring to bear.
So, and it sounds like that, especially a lot of what you're saying returns to the user, that positive user experience. And that to me resonates because we have shadow everything. We have shadow cloud these days, shadow administration.
Yep.
We don't have shadow browsers, but people will work around it, right?
Sure.
Like just copy and pasting, things like that.
Yeah.
I imagine too, I'm a big fan, let's have passkeys, let's have strong multi-factor authentication. I suspect there's still shared passwords out there though, because not all these SaaS apps support them, things
Sure.
like that. So that's got to be something where this type of approach can help, right?
It can, but beyond just the sharing passwords, now we can rethink how we say contractors. We can let a contractor log into the browser. When the browser comes up, it can inspect their machine, like an MDM would, understand if the machine is sitting in a state you care about, and then with dexterity decide what is appropriate based on the situation, based on the network, the machine. What do I want to give them access to? Is it read-only? Is it full access? But then we can have the passwords to move into those actually unknown to the contractor. So the contractor logs in, then we can, actually have the browser make the next login, so we can keep them at an appropriate level of control. So we reduce that whole password experience, but we also can do anomaly detection in a way others can't. Anomaly detection, for the most part, has to be done on the back-end infrastructure. We're able to do it at the actual edge and understand what's really going on with the user. Are they where they were yesterday? What does this really look like? So we don't have to rely just on passwords to authenticate an individual or just on a network path. We can take the whole capacity into effect.
So it sounds like then, especially the monitoring, looking for anomalies, classic, computer security, cybersecurity team looking at that.
Yeah.
But it's also the security team typically, in my experience, has been working with the engineers, talking about the products and application security. Who gets pulled in to actually make these decisions about this is the browser to use, this is how we're rolling it out?
Yeah, so usually it's a combination effort, right? The security team will look at it and say, this would be an upgrade in our security posture. We'd love to see this. And they're the ones that put the regulations or requirements that often produced other things like VDI to call centers or on tablets or wherever it showed up. So they bring that to the CIO. The CIO is grateful that, wow, I can deliver a better end user experience and save a ton of money to the organization.
Be happy, right?
So the CIO often ends up the owner, but it's the CISO sponsorship that's very important in that, and together they get a better solution for both. And it's one of the things I really love about working in this space is it's no longer security against the business or the end user against security. We're going to upgrade everybody in one step and be able to have a positive experience. And that crawl, walk, run through that journey, we can keep delivering along the way. One of the biggest use cases we have, we call Say Yes. And it's the CISO's ability to say yes to whatever the question is. If you want to use LinkedIn and have private messaging, great, we can audit it with the browser. You want to you want to engage a Chinese workforce, but you don't want to cross, the Great Firewall. You can still push policy local and do that, and you can handle the different regulations and data requirements, country by country, because you're not pulling it back to a central source. You're doing it at the actual browser location, so the policy runs local. So we see the cybersecurity teams being a huge benefactor, but massive ROI back to the business.
And that's got to be compelling too, because it sounds honestly simple,
Yes.
right? You're rattling off, VDI, all these other things, jumping through this hoop, this other hoop. But if it's just a browser, and it sounds dismissive, but just a browser sounds so easy.
It's very easy to deploy, very easy to imagine, very easy to start off with. You can build a very comprehensive solution with it. But the reality is, we had one organization that was attacked and they were shut down, almost 10,000 individuals. They pushed this out and got themselves back up on alternate devices over a weekend. We were their, they basically took the whole company BYOD overnight.
Sure.
So it's a very easy process to roll out, but it's a massive platform. So as you want to start displacing technologies, reducing that technical complexity and that footprint, it can grow with that. Or you can just integrate it into your existing stack and make it stronger. It's really where are you at in your own journey.
Yeah, because I can't imagine people aren't used to using browsers. So this isn't a tool that they're like, wait, we have to train them on this or something like that.
Definitely no training needed, but the first time somebody sees a 50 copy paste buffer, realizes it's not just that, they get excited. The first time they see a number pulled off a VoIP call and the information of a customer filled out, they love that. And then finally, when they don't bring up a VPN and the passwords just work and it's on their phone and it's on their tablet and they can deploy it wherever they want, it becomes something that grows very quickly in an environment. But you're right, there's a native intuition of how to do it, how to work with it, and that's a beautiful thing from a cybersecurity business enablement of that end user.
And there's got to be, in the idea of, often security shows up, there tends to be pushback. What will this do? Is this going to, from the developer side, is it going to slow down my builds? Is it going to slow me down? Is it going to impede me? Call center, I have to handle this call within a 60-second time frame. I can't imagine that's the kind of pushback you get here, though, because it's
no. Usually we speed
right?
things up dramatically, and we give them control they never had. I mean, if you just think about it, the browser services in so many different ways, but it was never built for you. If you had a company well-funded, fully dedicated to just what you do as an enterprise, you will find there are opportunities to add value to everybody in that stack every day. And we get thousands of feature requests from our customers now.
Imagine.
And they're all about, if you did this, we could get rid of this. I wouldn't have this problem anymore. I could resolve this. And so it's becoming this massive platform driven by our customers to their enjoyment and outcome of doing their job.
And there's got to be just a massive network effect, because you don't need to do this one deployment is using LinkedIn. Lots of people are using LinkedIn. Lots of people are using Salesforce. So one feature request over here, I'm going to imagine, helps this other population. Right?
Very much. It's we had a great vision to get the browser to if you will 200-300 customers. Now what's driving it are all these users that are bringing us back all these brilliant features that we can continue to build in for their benefit. And you're right, there is no end in sight of what can be done.
And a lot of the things that my mind immediately is going to the end user, making that end user experience. But you touched on a little bit already. There are benefits to the enterprise as well.
Yes.
You mentioned just password management, the asset inventory being a rollout to fleet. DLP seems another one that I always have to pay attention to. That it tends to be other teams of data privacy team and data security, but it just goes beyond security, right?
Yeah. If you think about, let's enable some contractor. Well, we're going to ship them a laptop. It's going to have an OS on it. We're going to put security on it. Then we're going to push MDM. Then we're going to push a VPN. Then we're going to backhaul their traffic for web filtering. If we really are nervous, we might even put them on VDI into that process. Then we'll push a password manager. Then we'll do compliance and audit checking. Everything I just said is not required. Literally, that's just the browser doing that.
And that just seems faster, easier.
It's wildly faster.
The vendor experience must just be that.
And the cost is wildly different. And so these cybersecurity budgets that are challenged, yes, they grow, but the demands on them are ridiculous. We give them oxygen back. Finally, they can stop. They can turn off some tool sets and spend that money on all the great tech we see here at a show like this. So it really provides oxygen back into the system.
Yeah, and I think, you and Island have gotten some great validation of this, right? You just had a great investment recently.
We did. Yeah. We just got valued at $3 billion, which is quite an honor. It's double our last valuation, and in this market, an up round is something that you should take serious, much less a up round by $1.5 billion. So, and that came on our customers. Yes, we performed, yes, we've delivered, but what drove it was just the wins at the customer and the value we were driving. When you hear that value, kind of like what you said, well, that could be anywhere. It's not unique to that financial firm or not unique to that healthcare. Like, who doesn't have that challenge? And that's what we found. Literally, there isn't a vertical that we don't have a couple of the top 10 in. And I don't think there's a vertical that we can't be at the 100-person company. So it really spans the gambit of size.
That's amazing. I think, to me, what makes me happy is that we're talking about security that is making users happy. So
yes.
Definitely appreciate that. That's a breath of fresh air this day and age.
It is different, yeah.
Well, thank you, Mike. We are out of our own time here, but this was a great conversation. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
To find out more about Island, visit securityweekly.com/island RSAC. And stick around. We're going to have some new interviews coming up now after this break.
Hi, folks. I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find, talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all of the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
On Business Security Weekly, each week we address the challenges facing CISOs through our guest interviews, including former and active CISOs. Our news segment is focused on leadership and communications to better help security leaders translate and communicate security risks into business risks. Jason Albuquerque, Ben Carr, Tyler Robinson, and others add their expertise to the conversation. I'm Matt Alderman, and I hope you search for Business Security Weekly in your favorite podcast catcher and subscribe to download our latest content.
Hi, folks. I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find, talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all of the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
On Business Security Weekly, each week we address the challenges facing CISOs through our guest interviews, including former and active CISOs. Our news segment is focused on leadership and communications to better help security leaders translate and communicate security risks into business risks. Jason Albuquerque, Ben Carr, Tyler Robinson, and others add their expertise to the conversation. I'm Matt Alderman, and I hope you search for Business Security Weekly in your favorite podcast catcher and subscribe to download our latest content.
Hi folks, I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find, talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
On Business Security Weekly, each week we address the challenges facing CISOs through our guest interviews, including former and active CISOs. Our news segment is focused on leadership and communications to better help security leaders translate and communicate security risks into business risks. Jason Albuquerque, Ben Carr, Tyler Robinson, and others add their expertise to the conversation. I'm Matt Alderman, and I hope you search for Business Security Weekly in your favorite podcast catcher and subscribe to download our latest content.
Hi, folks. I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find, talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
On Business Security Weekly, each week we address the challenges facing CISOs through our guest interviews, including former and active CISOs. Our news segment is focused on leadership and communications to better help security leaders translate and communicate security risks into business risks. Jason Albuquerque, Ben Carr, Tyler Robinson, and others add their expertise to the conversation. I'm Matt Alderman, and I hope you search for Business Security Weekly in your favorite podcast catcher and subscribe to download our latest content.
Hi, folks. I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find, talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
On Business Security Weekly, each week we address the challenges facing CISOs through our guest interviews, including former and active CISOs. Our news segment is focused on leadership and communications to better help security leaders translate and communicate security risks into business risks. Jason Albuquerque, Ben Carr, Tyler Robinson, and others add their expertise to the conversation. I'm Matt Alderman, and I hope you search for Business Security Weekly in your favorite podcast catcher and subscribe to download our latest content.
Hi folks, I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find, talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
On Business Security Weekly, each week we address the challenges facing CISOs through our guest interviews, including former and active CISOs. Our news segment is focused on leadership and communications to better help security leaders translate and communicate security risks into business risks. Jason Albuquerque, Ben Carr, Tyler Robinson, and others add their expertise to the conversation. I'm Matt Alderman, and I hope you search for Business Security Weekly in your favorite podcast catcher and subscribe to download our latest content.
Hi, folks. I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find, talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all of the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
On Business Security Weekly, each week we address the challenges facing CISOs through our guest interviews, including former and active CISOs. Our news segment is focused on leadership and communications to better help security leaders translate and communicate security risks into business risks. Jason Albuquerque, Ben Carr, Tyler Robinson, and others add their expertise to the conversation. I'm Matt Alderman, and I hope you search for Business Security Weekly in your favorite podcast catcher and subscribe to download our latest content.
Hi, folks. I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find, talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all of the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
On Business Security Weekly, each week we address the challenges facing CISOs through our guest interviews, including former and active CISOs. Our news segment is focused on leadership and communications to better help security leaders translate and communicate security risks into business risks. Jason Albuquerque, Ben Carr, Tyler Robinson, and others add their expertise to the conversation. I'm Matt Alderman, and I hope you search for Business Security Weekly in your favorite podcast catcher and subscribe to download our latest content.
Hi folks, I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find, talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast. Welcome to RSA Conference 2024. We're here recording live from Broadcast Alley in Moscone West. This interview is sponsored by Tenchi Security. I'm your host, Adrian Sanabria, and joining me today for this interview is Alexandre Sierra, co-founder and CTO at Tenchi Security.
Hello.
How you doing, Alex?
I'm fine. Glad to be here.
Glad to have you. A lot of fun. So today we're talking about third-party cyber risk management.
Yes.
It's a bit of a mouthful. I think most people are familiar with the term third-party risk management.
Mm-hmm.
But we've got the C in there, right?
Yes.
So maybe talk a little bit about why we do that, why we add the C.
Because TPRM is a broader discipline when we're talking about maybe evaluating the finances and maybe legal requirements or other kinds of compliance requirements around your third parties. The thing that we particularly are interested in at Tenchi is looking at the cybersecurity aspects. The fact that it's long been known that it's not enough for each company to look at its own environments, its own networks, applications, endpoints to ensure they are secure, because no company is an island. Everyone has critical third parties. And that might be vendors, but that also might be sales channels. That might be critical business partners. There might be companies they invested in. Where the scenario is, if there's a security breach at one of those other companies around the main company, that's the first party, they are co-liable or they suffer operational consequences. If you have a critical third party that is supporting your sales, it's a sales channel. Like your insurance company and they are an insurance broker, and they go, they're unavailable because they suffered a breach, you stop selling. If they leak PII, you might be liable because of privacy legislation or whatever regulators you have. And so it's not enough for you to look at your own security. And that's why third-party cyber risk management has been important. And if you've been following up the news, and I know you have, professionally, like Change Healthcare, they provide services to how many healthcare companies around the country? They had a security incident. Look at the impact it's had on how many different healthcare providers.
Yeah. Like Kaseya was a big one too, right?
Yes.
That was one where companies were impacted that didn't, because not their third parties were using Kaseya, but their third parties were using Kaseya. So they're impacted 2 levels deep into the down that supply chain rabbit hole.
Which is actually one of the reasons why I hate the term third-party cyber risk management, because it's third parties all the way down. Like your third parties have third parties, and they themselves are like this third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh parties. But nth party risk management doesn't roll off the tongue as well, right? So,
well, and you have cases too where 2 companies are each other's third party, but for different services.
Yes, we actually have quite a few of those on our platform. We have a big bank and a big insurance company that, the bank sells insurance to their bank account holders, and the insurance company uses that bank to get loans, et cetera. So they're each other's third parties.
So there's obviously a big incentive for them to monitor each other, right?
It is.
That big investment in each other's security.
Yeah.
And the other point I wanted to make is that often we don't remember the names of the third parties, especially if it's a smaller third party and there's a breach. We just remember, that big name had a breach. Because I study breaches, I remember the name of the contractor that resulted in the Target breach.
Yes.
But a lot of people don't remember Fazio Mechanical, I think it was. Not a very memorable name. But
which actually brings me to an interesting point about one of the failures we have as an industry. I feel like a lot of people have just given up on third-party cyber risk management.
Yeah.
When you talk about risk management as a discipline, there are a few things you can do. You can ignore risk. Don't recommend that approach, but it's an option. You can accept risk, you can transfer risk, or you can mitigate risk, right? And a lot of companies have decided that it's not possible or viable to mitigate risk when we talk about TPCRM. Basically what everyone and their dog is doing right now in third-party cyber risk management, like the gold standard, the minimum they're doing is sending self-assessment questionnaires.
Spreadsheets.
Right. Or maybe there's a glorified web interface that is, competing with Excel. Every security product, at some point competes with Excel.
Spreadsheet,
Yes. And if you think about it, like self-assessment questionnaires, they're a faith-based security control.
Faith-based, indeed.
You need to have faith that the person answering the questionnaire, A, knows the right answers, and B, wants to tell you the right answers.
Yeah.
The only scenario where a self-assessment questionnaire helps you find and mitigate risk is if you're thinking like, hey, I'm a large bank, and my vendor is going to answer the questionnaire to say, hey, Mr. Bank, my security sucks. Please do business with me anyways.
Yeah.
That's what you have to believe will happen for this to mitigate risk. If you think about it, and most people either haven't thought or don't want to admit it, that's a risk transfer control.
Yeah.
What you're doing is, if and when an incident occurs, the vendor lied to me, or the third party lied to me, I'm going to sue them and recoup my losses. Good luck with that. Going back to your Target example, how much money did Target lose?
Right.
Just money. I'm not even talking about brand or goodwill. or
100 million, thereabouts. Yeah.
How many times over would they have had to sell Fazio Mechanical?
Right.
To even start recouping?
You can't squeeze 100 million out of somebody fixing AC, equipment.
That's insane, right? So I think the market has gone like on autopilot on this and stopped thinking about it. Depending on which statistic you look at,
or have turned to cyber insurance to shore it up, right?
And
but even that has limits.
And actually, there was a figure from Resilience from Q2 of last year that at least in Q2 of last year, the most common reason why people executed the cybersecurity insurance policies was because of a breach at a vendor, not on their own infrastructure.
Yeah, I saw that. I did see that.
And they were impacted, and so they had to execute their cyber insurance policies to recover from a breach where the vendor was relevant. The World Economic Forum Cybersecurity Outlook report for this year mentions that 41% of companies that had a material impact from a cybersecurity incident, that came from a third party.
Wow.
And to be frank, I think that's underestimated because they didn't measure actual impact. It was a survey. So you're getting people's perceptions. And here's why I think this is underestimated. The same data shows that 64% of companies that believe they meet their resilience requirements simultaneously believe they don't have enough visibility of the security of their third parties.
Wow.
So either they're fully integrated and have no critical third parties, or there's a people have given up. There's a visibility gap, like there's a blind spot for TPCRM, right? And so something needs to change, and we have a few ideas on how to do it.
Yeah, before we get to that, it's an interesting point that the basis for trust in the relationship is something where you have to blindly trust that they answered the questions in the questionnaire truthfully.
Yes.
Right? So I mean, it's the basis for trust isn't much of a basis at all. So give us some hope. What's a better way of doing this?
So
for people who have given up.
So let's say that in a better way. The economic incentive is working against people being honest. Some people will be honest. Most humans are honest, but when their money is on the line and they want to close deals, that's not going to happen. What's going to happen? So here's what we thought about. There was the whole thing is designed. So cybersecurity hates being called a department of no.
Yeah.
But the way we've designed third-party cyber risk management processes has always been like a point-in-time assessment or audit, right? Which essentially means a business team wanted to do something. They wanted to launch a project or a product, right? That's going to have some benefit to the company. It's going to increase revenue, reduce costs, whatever it is. They work for months to get budget. They develop a trial. They choose a vendor. They design this thing. They get it approved. They write an RFP. They publish the RFP. They choose finalists. Procurement squeezes, the bejesus out of them. Yeah. And then finally, when everything's done, and at that point, that project launch is way late because, bureaucracy. Right. Then information security come waltzing in and say,
yeah, pull the handbrake, right?
But maybe I have to say no here because I'm going to assess if this company you want to work with is secure enough for our needs. Yeah. And so that's really confrontational, including with the business
and
units.
Disruptive
to the business. And so who's going to get overruled? The business
the security guy.
Or security?
Yeah.
So what we thought was...
We'll put in some extra monitoring, right? Maybe?
And so I think the first thing that needs to happen is this process needs to move away from that point-in-time audit mindset. I think if we're honest, what we have to do is if you're a large bank, if you're a large insurance company, if you only accept to work with third parties that are as mature as you are in security, you're going to have to say no 98% of the time, and that's untenable. Yeah. So what is the alternative? You work with your third party to improve their security. So we built the whole idea of what we do based around that. Yeah. And the precedent for this is if you look at how a company like Nestle works or Toyota. Yeah. Like Toyota assembles cars. Right? They don't manufacture all the parts. They have this network of vendors that are supplying the parts.
Yeah, yeah.
And they invest heavily in making sure those companies have good logistics, that they have good quality. Why? Because they want to, donate their money to the shareholders of their suppliers? No, because it's essential for their success.
Like we saw with the chip shortage. Very disruptive.
Exactly.
Had these fully completed vehicles, millions of them, that were missing one thing.
So why is it that Toyota invests in the quality and the logistics of a company that makes, I don't know, the rear view mirror of the Corolla.
Right.
But a bank doesn't invest in the company doing the authentication of their users on their
Right.
mobile banking app.
Yeah, I mean, mutual benefit there for both of them.
And so we built this idea of a TPCRM product that is what we call the 3 C's. It's cooperative, continuous, and comprehensive. So the idea is the third party is not being audited.
Right.
We're coming in on behalf of the first party to help the third party.
Right.
We're bringing in a set of tools and support from security professionals to help that third party identify and resolve security issues
Yeah.
throughout the lifetime of the contract. And that changes everything, because
Yeah.
even the best security products that you have for TPCRM right now, they are super restricted on what they can do because they're working behind the third party's backs without their knowledge or consent.
Right.
So for example, they're super limited in just looking at the external attack surface. We are working with third parties, and we are not only working with the external attack surface and mapping it correctly, we're not getting the attribution wrong because
Right.
the third party themselves are telling us what their external attack surface is.
Yeah.
But we can see cloud environments, YAS, PAS, and SAS. And that's a huge difference. You don't ask them on a questionnaire if they use 2FA. You check every single user on their Azure AD or Google directory every day. Moreover, we work with the third parties to help them address those issues. The figure I love the most about the results we've been getting is that on the first 4 to 8 weeks that a third party starts working with us on this new different approach of daily testing, regular conversations, and helping them address things, 4 to 8 weeks, they solve, on average, 81% of critical and high severity findings.
Wow.
External attack surface, YAS, PAS, and SAS.
Which covers a lot.
It covers encryption. It
Yeah.
covers logging. It covers IAM. All disciplines that a security scoring tool doesn't see, that a questionnaire won't let you check.
Right.
Right? It's real security risk reduction is what we're offering. It's another tool in the toolbox of the TPCRM folks.
Well, even better than that, like that you mentioned consent, that this really is a two-way process. This
It is.
isn't, hey, I looked at your stuff behind your back, and now we're going to beat you up over it. It's, I'm the first party. I need you to be more secure so that you don't cause me problems.
Yes.
But then you as the third party, you benefit because now you're demonstrably more secure,
Yes.
which should help you sell. Because again, anybody buying your services, any more confidence you can give them that, hey,
Yes.
I've been through this process. This big bank had me go through this process, and we fixed so much stuff.
Yes.
That's a great deal closer for those third parties.
And it makes the process smoother. Everyone that does TPCRM will tell you that third parties will fight you every step of the way. They will try to avoid the process. They will try to team up with the business teams to get security overruled.
Yeah.
They will delay answering things to increase the pressure on security, to provide a response. They will question the findings. It's a nightmare because from the point of view of the third party, there's only downside to them on a traditional TPCRM assessment.
Right, yeah.
They already have set their price. Any homework they get comes straight out of their margins.
Yeah,
And if they do everything right, they don't gain anything.
right.
Whereas here, you can plausibly say you're being helped, not audited.
Right.
Did you ever see someone enjoy being audited?
Yeah.
We have third parties, and you know this, that are fans of our product.
Yeah.
They come on our events. They do testimonials. Our NPS score among third parties is 88.
Wow.
Like the average for SaaS enterprise product is 31.
And that's not what people would have expected at all.
At all.
Right? That was, you would assume friction, you would assume pushback, and that's, I think, why other companies haven't tried this approach.
Right.
But, I mean, not only do we not have a lot of other approaches to try for, you've shown that's not true.
Exactly. And it's easier to continue to do things the way they've always been done. Sending a questionnaire takes very little effort, but it's super manual labor on both ends.
Yeah.
Looking at a security score that is based on very limited, very infrequently updated data that is not even covering the most important security disciplines, again, people are fooling themselves into thinking, or maybe trying to fool the regulators into saying, I'm doing something, right?
Yeah.
But now there's another option. Again, I don't think that what we're doing maybe applies to all of the thousands of third parties that a large bank or a large insurance company does, but maybe look at the top 100
Exactly.
on your risk matrix, and
then
let's
it's
start
more
there.
manageable.
Yeah, let's start
Excellent.
there.
Good stuff, Alex. Thank you so much for joining me today on Security Weekly. To learn more about Tenchi, you can go to securityweekly.com/Tenchi RSAC. And for more RSA Conference, you can go to securityweekly.com/RSAC. Stick around. We've got more coming in a little bit.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, folks. I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find, talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
On Business Security Weekly, each week we address the challenges facing CISOs through our guest interviews, including former and active CISOs. Our news segment is focused on leadership and communications to better help security leaders translate and communicate security risks into business risks. Jason Albuquerque, Ben Carr, Tyler Robinson, and others add their expertise to the conversation. I'm Matt Alderman, and I hope you search for Business Security Weekly in your favorite podcast catcher and subscribe to download our latest content.
Hi folks, I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find, talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
On Business Security Weekly, each week we address the challenges facing CISOs through our guest interviews, including former and active CISOs. Our news segment is focused on leadership and communications to better help security leaders translate and communicate security risks into business risks. Jason Albuquerque, Ben Carr, Tyler Robinson, and others add their expertise to the conversation. I'm Matt Alderman, and I hope you search for Business Security Weekly in your favorite podcast catcher and subscribe to download our latest content.
Hi folks, I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find, talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
Welcome to RSA Conference. We're here recording live from Broadcast Alley in Moscone West. This interview is sponsored by Flexon, and I'm your host, Mandy Logan. Joining me today for the interview is Camilla Chan, CEO and co-founder of Flexon. Cam, it's so nice to see you. Thank you for joining us today.
Nice to meet you as well, Mandy.
Thank you. So this is thoroughly exciting. You're here getting to launch Server Defender,
Yes.
a brand new tool, brand new security module that complements and expands the X5 series of products that Flexon already brought to market.
Yeah.
Now this, I find intriguing and fascinating. Can you go into a quick synopsis of what the Server Defender does and why were you drawn to creating it?
So in a nutshell, X5 Server Defenders is trying to protect the whole infrastructure of the server. And then we create these independent modules that you just need to simply plug into your server, and then it provides a full stack, 7 layers holistic protection mechanism. So everything is back from the physical layer and then up to the upper 6 layers. Yeah, I mean, just make it simple how to describe these server defenders. Yeah.
So this to me, and seeing the approach that you took to finally finding a way to create security that takes the place of embedded security. We're
Yep.
talking about having something at the BIOS level, at firmware level, of being able to act as if our hardware was already secure, but being able to have it across any platform, any server. The issue I find often with our current cybersecurity posture is that it's software-based.
Yeah.
This, however, goes more into being hardware-based, even though it's an add-on. Correct?
So I just want to highlight the whole concept of our new technology is we are trying to address today's cybersecurity gaps. Software solutions, they have formed very robust ecosystem to fight against the known threats. So meaning that all the threats that have been maintained in the database, I mean the external upper 6 layers that solely rely on software, they are effectively counter against the known threats. Yeah. But then what we are lacking of today is we don't have something in the hardware or rather in the memory itself. So today hackers, what they are trying to after, or memory is actually become a prime target for the hackers because basically all your system informations or the user data is residing inside the memory itself. So we are trying to put a stop protection mechanism right at the last medium. So this become a last medium that intercepting with the attacking signal real time. In that way, we are able to achieve a real-time detection that counter against such a, whether it's a known or unknown threats, especially the zero-day attack, which is lacking off today. Yeah. So software-based is more reactive in the nature of the cybersecurity solutions, and what we are lacking of is something that able to deal with the zero-day attack.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we mentioned earlier when speaking, talking about the difference in having a police force externally that is reactionary versus having your home ultimately secured from inside.
Yeah.
In your testing so far, what have you found to be some of the most exciting metrics that have been found?
So we embed the AI, I mean we have our patented AI metric seal that embedded into the independent modules that we have developed. So these embedded modules sit inside the server itself that able to monitor all the activities across the 7 layers, and then we are trying to validate things happening in the memory chipset and then verifying the upper 6 layers what is happening out there. So we are able to cross-check. But if you look at the current cybersecurity software approach, basically they are part of the process. So meaning that the decision will be easily manipulated by others components. So meaning that you could be manipulated by your upper layers or the lower layers. And the current approach, you have a silo view because you sit in that particular layers and you don't have a holistic view of across the 7 layers. And now we embed this AI right at the core, which is able to protect the data and the system directly. Yeah, it's not just relying on the one layer, but have an independent, and then we step out and look at the 7 layers holistically. Yeah, so you are not just one layer or silo view and database approach. That's the best to complement on top of the existing software-based solution. Yeah.
Well, and what you're saying then, it also requires that the bad actors have to comply with what XFi is doing in order to even attempt to get close.
Yeah, Mandy, you are right. Because once we build this hardware, right, so meaning that everybody have to comply within the protocol. We build this enclave environment, whether you are the hackers or you are the defenders. When the data stream come down to the physical layer, the hardware layer, you have to comply within this protocol. Yeah. So this make the detection mechanism effective. And another thing is to highlight is we have a very powerful restorations mechanism.
Yes, that's
Yeah.
my next question. Really,
Yeah.
please, like go into the instant reversion
Yeah.
that's capable, that XFi brings. How is instant reversion possible?
So the reason why we are able to achieve such a powerful analysis, right, is because our patented metric seal that able to analyze such a huge data out there and then translate the huge data into a fundamental elementary numeric representation. So a small numbers, a small data that represent a huge data out there. So basically our server defenders, we don't keep the user raw data. I mean, this is a hardware-based solutions, and everything, I mean, even though your system or your data being compromised, we have this live reversion or instant restorations mechanism to be able to reverse to the working and good state of your server.
And I'm curious, have you had any experience in your testing seeing how effective it is even when a system is ransomed?
Okay, so basically, I mean, in-house, we have modified a lot of the malware, ransomware, and then trying to test out our solutions. But one of the key highlights is because our AI algorithm it will autonomously learn the new thing, learn the new patterns of the ransomware, malware, or different behavior. But it takes two key inventive innovation elements to make these server defenders to be very effective is, first of all, we break the boundaries of the 7 layers approach. So if you look at the current cybersecurity solutions, they are layers approach. Meaning that each of the solutions you have to comply the OSI network architecture's layers, and then you are kind of like, I mean, I keep emphasizing that you are part of the process and you are manipulated. But for us, it's the independent view. So this is the first inventive element. And second inventive element is our patented metric seals that we are able to analyze such a huge data that across the 7 layers, which, I mean, it would take at least a server kind of computing infrastructure in order to analyze such a huge environment. But now with just a small embedded module, we are able to do so is because of our patented algorithm. Yeah.
So quickly, if this had been implemented prior to the Change Healthcare compromise,
Yeah.
how would you see it have gone differently?
I mean, if you look at the recent attack, ICBC, MGM, or even the very famous attack, the Health, the Change Healthcare, if they deploy server defenders, the service will not be disrupted. You will not lose your reputation because you are able to identify the threats. Real-time detection, because the failure is because of the zero-day kind of threats. It's a new threat where software are good at addressing the non-threats.
Known threats, absolutely.
Yes, not the new threats. But here, because our focus is on the system and data protection. But if you are talking about any things that in the external layer that involve your human elements, like for example, scam, because it's a human decision. But then when it comes to things like data or system configuration that residing inside the memory, then the memory or our mechanism will take place to run it autonomously without human intervention. So meaning that, we don't rely on humans to constantly updating or doing the patches, maintain the database, because only by maintaining the database you are able to identify the non-threats. And another thing is it takes at least one to be compromised for you to maintain your database, to update your database. So it doesn't effective when it comes to zero-day kind of attack.
Absolutely. So to this, for any that are familiar with the movie Minority Report, sounds like this is as close as we can get at this moment, utilizing big data to create a predictive, it's almost a predictive metric to show here's where it's going to happen.
Yep.
To me, that's thrilling. That allows the security practitioners and the teams to have that much more firmly rooted assurance and be able to relay that to their customers. Do you feel that when they effectively describe how Server Defender helps their company, that they can garner greater trust from clients and from others contractors?
Yeah, definitely. Like United Healthcare, user or the patients no longer trust the doctor, but the doctor is not the one that given out the information. It's the system. It's the failure of the protections to the system and the client's personal information, the sensitive information. So I welcome, especially those critical infrastructures sectors that like healthcare or financial sector, and come and try out our beta samples to be the early adopters. You can go for, you can create a sandboxing kind of testing environment, and then you can create all kinds of new zero attack or new zero threats to try out on the server defenders and to see that whether this is effective or not.
And now that possibility will be launched tomorrow,
yes,
correct?
Yes. We are going to soft launch tomorrow, and then be really inviting a very serious early adopter to validate our technology and our solutions together.
Wonderful. So I want to invite all of our listeners to really look into Flexon and the Server Defender tool that is being released tomorrow as part of your X5 series of security modules.
Yep.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being with us, Cam.
Thank you, Mandy.
Have a wonderful launch day tomorrow.
I really love your story.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. And I love that you have 40 patents. I'm just impressed that you've been able to get through securing 40 independent patents.
Yeah, this is a challenging journey, but it's very satisfying. And we were even invited by the White House to showcase our technology.
And that's beautiful, like the cyber resiliency program, especially for critical infrastructure. It's something that's near and dear to my heart because we want to get to the bottom line, not just on saving money for corporations, but really helping secure health and life going forward.
Yeah, I just want to emphasize that we are here to help to get rid of the human stress. You don't have to worry about clicking on any phishing email or unknown
Exactly.
files.
So we can actually go fishing in real world instead.
Yeah.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much for being
Thanks.
with us, Cam.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us, and please to follow up on the Security Defender release, go to securityweekly.com/Flexon RSAC. From Broadcast Alley, thank you for joining us.
Hi, folks. I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find, talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all of the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
On Business Security Weekly, each week we address the challenges facing CISOs through our guest interviews, including former and active CISOs. Our news segment is focused on leadership and communications to better help security leaders translate and communicate security risks into business risks. Jason Albuquerque, Ben Carr, Tyler Robinson, and others add their expertise to the conversation. I'm Matt Alderman, and I hope you search for Business Security Weekly in your favorite podcast catcher and subscribe to download our latest content.
Hi, folks. I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find, talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
On Business Security Weekly, each week we address the challenges facing CISOs through our guest interviews, including former and active CISOs. Our news segment is focused on leadership and communications to better help security leaders translate and communicate security risks into business risks. Jason Albuquerque, Ben Carr, Tyler Robinson, and others add their expertise to the conversation. I'm Matt Alderman, and I hope you search for Business Security Weekly in your favorite podcast catcher and subscribe to download our latest content.
Welcome to the RSA Conference. We're here recording live from Broadcast Alley in Moscone West. This interview is sponsored by Quiet AI. I'm your host, Ben Carr, and joining me today for this interview is Chris Hatter, CISO at Quiet AI. Chris, welcome to the podcast.
Thank you. Appreciate you having me here. It's a Monday at RSA, and I think you can kind of feel the energy right now, and it's kind of the calm before the storm. I personally have the most energy on Mondays before all the drinking really begins.
I think everybody has the most energy on Mondays, right? Yeah. So I started a little early. Was here yesterday, and so started early.
I was too. I had a
kicking
fantastic sushi dinner last night. Got in, talked to a couple clients, and got a good kickoff to the week.
Very cool. So, look, I think for everybody, why don't you give us a little bit of introduction, background on yourself, and then talk a little bit about Quiet AI, right?
Yeah, sure. So I joined Quiet AI about a year and a half ago, the CISO in title, but I do a role that would really reflect of what a typical COO would do. I joined the company after leading cybersecurity at Nielsen for 7 years, so I went from big company to small company. Had the opportunity to work for Stuart McClure, our CEO and kind of AI expert.
Yep, Stuart's been around for a long time. I think a lot of people know.
And he convinced me that this technology that we use at Quiet AI for application security is fundamentally different than everything else. We use something called code property graphs, and the code property graphs take code, it puts it into a graphical format, and then allows us to interrogate that graph to find security vulnerabilities. So we have a platform called Pre-Zero. It is made up of really three feature sets. One is SAST, the one is SCA, so SBOM, supply chain security.
Sure.
And then the third one is Autofix that we just released here at RSA today.
Yeah, that sounds pretty interesting. So people may know Quiet AI as Shift Left, right?
That's
like
right.
you guys, Quiet AI, same company. So why is what you're doing fundamentally different than the way people have kind of approached this problem? I know you talked about the graph, but like a property graph, but I'm interested, can you dig a bit more into that?
Yeah, so for me in my last role, application security was a source of frustration, honestly. It created more work than it actually helped me in solving problems. We generated a lot of false positives, a lot of issues that our engineers would then get frustrated at having to actually work on. And so like I said before, the appealing part was the code property graph. And when you could look at a holistic application statically, that's what really sets us apart from everyone else. Everyone else is basically, going file by file, interrogating raw source code, whereas we could look at the big picture all in one analysis. So when we actually run our analysis, it does all of that SAST, SCA, and even Autofix all in one single shot.
And you just released Autofix. That's kind of a new feature you're announcing.
Yes, we just released it. It's been a culmination of a lot of hard work from our engineering team. And, for me, it really gets at the heart of the problem. I think that for too long, discovering vulnerabilities in code has been, I don't want to call it easy, but that's what everyone's been doing. We've been discovering, and then we've been trying to find a way to prioritize, get it in front of engineers. But we never really gave them that superpower to actually fix the problem, actually remediate the code. And that, to me, is the next horizon for where we're going in application security. And I think you're going to see a lot of innovation around this space with generative AI and predictive AI, in our case, both blending together to really change the future of application security.
So I want to just jump back to that, but I'd like to start off maybe at a little bit different point and talk about, like, when I think about security and having been an operator for a long time, it tracks back to a human problem a lot of times for me, right? And so when I think about this and code security, it really tracks back to a developer issue, right? So there's obviously getting developers trained on security, getting them in a security mindset, but then getting them to actually adopt security tools, in my past experience, has been somewhat hard sometimes, right? Because I think you're dealing with a group of people that are, they don't see themselves as part of the security team, or if they do, they see themselves as differentiated for the team. So does your product work on any level to kind of address that and bring that gap together between developers and security?
Yeah, it's a good question, and one that we focus a lot on. We obviously have to serve both of those teams. We serve AppSec and we serve developers.
Sure.
On the developer side, historically, we've been really focused on creating the context required to solve the vulnerabilities that matter most using the code property graph. So with our product, we tend to have less vulnerabilities that we would actually share with developers because we're mitigating the false positive issue. But that certainly isn't enough. So the thing that I found when I was an operator at Nielsen was that when you ask an engineer or developer to start context switching, so they want to be in a flow state. They want to be focused on building, their code, shipping products.
Yeah, because their job is about delivery, right?
They don't want to move to your security product that you arbitrarily bought and never told them about. They don't want to go to that UI, right? And so we've made it such that let's just say you store your source code in GitHub, and that's where you're at. You're in GitHub, you're in Jira. We integrate directly with those. If you're a developer, you never even have to go into Quiet's UI at all, right? So you don't have to context switch. Our UI tends for a lot of our customers to be the main point where the security team is assessing risk across an organization, whereas the developer can, if they want, go into the UI to get trained and kind of consume a richer result set.
So how are the developers getting alerted to when they have an issue in the pipeline when they're generating code, right? How are they getting alerted that, and how are they then creating remediation?
In PR comments as an example, right? Okay. So we integrate directly with the CI/CD systems that they're using, and when the scan is actually kicked off via CI/CD, we can put the vulnerabilities, the remediation, right into the pull request for them to review.
So do you typically, are you finding that you're selling into development side or security side, or is it a joint effort there? Do you have to hit both sides to actually get
definitely a joint effort, and for most organizations, not all, typically security is the budget holder, but the developers have an increasingly large say in what tool and capability is purchased. So we have an approach where we try to work with both teams. We try to create common ground between application security and developers, and typically, like I said, they have a large voice and they're the important actor and kind of almost a decision maker in many cases, whereas the AppSec team has the budget to actually execute the purchase.
Okay, so shifting back, if we, you said the new feature that you're releasing is this Autofix capability. And I come from a long background in doing kind of attack surface management and working both in core like infrastructure vulnerabilities, but also on the AppSec side as well. And when I think about that, like auto remediation, auto fixing, right? There's been a hesitancy in the past to allow that because of the potential for unintended consequences or impacts that could happen. So how does your technology deal with that getting the adoption one, but then actually addressing that core question of like, how do you not cause unintended consequences, longer problems, issues for developers? How do you get them to adopt that autofix? And maybe you could dive down deeper into autofix and talk about how that works in real life implementation.
Sure, so I'll start with the high level of how it works, just in the interest of time. I've mentioned code property graph multiple times. Essentially what happens is when we interrogate the code property graph, we find a vulnerability. We take the graph and we bring alongside a little bit of source code along with that. And so we pair the code property graph and the source code to prompt an LLM. And so behind the scenes, we actually orchestrate multiple large language models. So depending on what the vulnerability is, what language you're talking about, we have an orchestrator behind the scenes that leverages what we believe to be the best models for those specific problem sets. And in our testing over the past year and a half or so, we have experienced things like LLMs hallucinating a package that doesn't exist or a library that doesn't exist. And we use our knowledge of the before, so what vulnerable code property graphs look like and what fixed code property graphs look like, and we take that information, decorate the source code with it, and do a few-shot prompting to the LLM to be able to actually fine-tune the result that comes out. And we've seen incredible results. It's definitely not perfect. I think we're at the beginning stages of what generative AI will be able to unlock for us in AppSec, but we're getting really, really close. I think that developer trust is something that we talk quite a bit about. The product right now is in a closed beta, and what we're doing is working with not only customers but prospects on giving us feedback. So we're generating the autofix. We have a team of people who are doing human reinforcement learning, giving feedback to the models, constantly improving the result sets that we're getting, but we're bringing now prospects and customers into that fold to help guide us in terms of the quality.
But you're using AI in the backside to help with that model training too, I'm assuming, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then when you think about development, a lot of times I think about like empowerment, like creating that benefit of the developers as kind of the end user, the consumer of it, where they actually feel like they want to consume a technology, and that gets you to adoption a lot quicker.
Yep.
Like, how does that interface?
Yeah, I wish I would have answered that in the last response, but the other really big benefit that we haven't talked about yet is developer training. So I haven't seen, at least in my years as an operator, a really good developer training security capability that I was like, wow, this is really going to change the game.
It's really hard, yeah.
It's really hard to do, right? But what generative AI can do is that not only can we create a fix suggestion for you, and you could look at it, review it, we can also coach you why was the vulnerability, using your code, not using some generic template like what is SQL injection, right? We could look at your code, specify what are the gaps in the code that you wrote personally, and be able to educate you as a part of the process. So we think that there's some bidirectional benefit.
Are you doing any metrics or analysis on that? Like when you see, because that's again what I've seen from an operator side is when I look at the actual developers, some are better than others, right? Yep. And some teams are better than others. And part of that is trying to figure out where to target, like the training and the education on that. Do you feed that back into kind of the interface that the security team is looking at, so they can then actually try to figure out how to focus that? And then do you offer specific training around that as well?
Yeah, so in our find modules, so like the discovery of vulnerabilities, we today are able to show risk and assess risk across organizations, teams, applications, and different development groups will perform better than others. And you'll be able to see, hey, team A is producing more vulnerabilities over here than team B, and be able to dig in and ask why is that? Typically it comes down to, are they trained? Do they know and understand what they need to be doing? On the Autofix side, it's absolutely something that we're going to be tracking. So you talked about developer trust. We're measuring when we generate an Autofix, how frequently is it deployed with no modifications? How frequently is it deployed with some modifications? And how often is it just thrown in the trash, which is extremely rare? And so, yeah, we're measuring those things.
Do you have any? Is there any metrics right now that you have, like just in general, like on what you're seeing on that from the Autofix
It's
side?
very early in the stage from a beta standpoint, but we are seeing north of 75% of our fixes that are being able to be implemented with no modifications, and it's
that's very impressive.
We're two-ish weeks into it.
Okay, and. What about tuning for performance, right? So a lot of times you can implement a fix on a security side, but there's an impact to performance. Are you seeing any pushback on that from the development teams?
We haven't yet, candidly. We expect to at some point run into issues like that, but to date in the beta we haven't seen that.
Okay, so from a security side, like what's adoption look like? What's actually implementation of the technology look like? How does it get consumed, and how do people implement?
Yeah, so it's pretty simple. We have a CLI. We integrate it directly with CI/CD platforms. You could do it in multiple ways, actually. I should say that. It's kind of whatever way you want to consume it, you can consume it, but our optimal implementation would be in CI/CD. We also offer IDE integration, so as developers are writing code, they get that immediate feedback. Autofix will eventually be integrated directly into the IDE, so as code is being written in real time, we're able to provide feedback on a vulnerability and potential fixes. But yeah, most of our customers integrate directly with their CI/CD platforms and automatically kick off the find portion and automatically kicks off our Autofix solution. It's consumed, either in a UI or directly via APIs in terms of the results.
Okay, and I'm assuming integration with all major platforms. I mean, you mentioned, I think, GitHub several times.
Yeah, Jira. I mean, we're API first, so it's pretty easy for us to integrate with whatever. But I mean, your GitHubs, GitLabs, Jenkins, Circle, CI, you name it, we integrate with it.
So the Autofix is certainly a big thing, but like, what's on the horizon? Where are you thinking out? What's kind of the next?
Yeah, good question. Our technology strategy is multifaceted, obviously. So we got AI Autofix off the ground. We're looking very hard at pursuing what we're loosely calling autonomous application security. So with generative AI, the future is agent-oriented, autonomous agents. And so if you think about the role of an AppSec engineer and you think about the role of a developer, the AppSec engineer has a big job in the sense that when you identify a vulnerability, you should add context to it. So the tool and technology should do that, but at the end of the day, those application security engineers go out and try to prioritize. They use external sources, CAV, CVE, you name it, try to understand what threat actors are trying to compromise them, and they bring that information in as a way of prioritizing. We could use autonomous agents to do that. Similarly, we envision a world where if we could get the developer trust right, where not only are we generating Autofix, we're automatically creating a pull request, and we're implementing the code in a closed loop system. So that's one bit. The second bit, and to me this was, as an operator, was kind of like the holy grail. Our company was called Shift Left, now Quiet. Yeah. Everything we do is at the left side of the development lifecycle. But there is a lot of context on the right side that's very interesting to us. So we do really well in understanding reachability in code
Okay.
because of the code property graph. We want to supercharge that by taking runtime context and kind of what we can get from cloud ecosystems and Kubernetes, and be able to supercharge that by understanding what compensating controls are in the environment, how have you set up your network, is it reachable from the outside. So creating that ability to say, do I have a reachable vulnerability from the outside and code? The combination of those two things are the highest things that you should be prioritizing. So that's what we're running after.
Well, thanks, Chris. Look, I think this has been a really interesting conversation. I think you guys are doing some really interesting things there. Look, for more information, please visit securityweekly.com/quietAI and visit us on securityweekly.com/RSAC. It's been great having you here today, and I want to thank you. It's been a great conversation.
I really appreciate it.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks a lot.
Hi folks, I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find, talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all of the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
On Business Security Weekly, each week we address the challenges facing CISOs through our guest interviews, including former and active CISOs. Our news segment is focused on leadership and communications to better help security leaders translate and communicate security risks into business risks. Jason Albuquerque, Ben Carr, Tyler Robinson, and others add their expertise to the conversation. I'm Matt Alderman, and I hope you search for Business Security Weekly in your favorite podcast catcher and subscribe to download our latest content.
Hi, folks. I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find, talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
On Business Security Weekly, each week we address the challenges facing CISOs through our guest interviews, including former and active CISOs. Our news segment is focused on leadership and communications to better help security leaders translate and communicate security risks into business risks. Jason Albuquerque, Ben Carr, Tyler Robinson, and others add their expertise to the conversation. I'm Matt Alderman, and I hope you search for Business Security Weekly in your favorite podcast catcher.
Welcome to RSA Conference. We're here recording live from Broadcast Alley in Moscone West. This interview is sponsored by VisoTrust. I'm your host, Mandy Logan, and joining me today for this interview is Paul Valente, CEO and co-founder of VisoTrust. Paul, welcome.
Thanks, Mandy. I'm delighted to be here.
I imagine. So, looking at some of your background, from being CISO at even Restoration Hardware to having worked in city government, when you come to an event like RSA, do you get just a little bit even jealous that people currently are getting to use VisoTrust?
You know, I get to participate in their joy. I interact with customers every day, and so I wouldn't say I'm jealous in that regard. But you know, as a CISO, I struggled with third-party risk.
Right.
And I would say it was the bane of my existence as a CISO. And having VisoTrust, for instance, when I was a CISO at Lending Club, would have changed my life.
Okay, and give us a very fast synopsis then of VisoTrust. What is your favorite way to describe what you're actually providing?
Yeah. For CISOs, we make third-party cyber risk management dead simple. And, you know, when I think about TPRM and I think about essentially the risks that nth-party ecosystems pose to companies today, I see this as the single largest risk. And that was a revelation for me when I was at Lending Club. You know, the way that I stumbled into that, you know, I'd been with Lending Club for over 6 years. I built a security program. I knew the company, I knew the business, I knew the data inside and out. And I remember on a Tuesday morning in executive staff meeting led by our CEO, Scott Sanborn, he'd heard about a breach in the news, you know, probably about an hour earlier. And he turned to me and he said, "Paul, are we impacted?" Right, in front of the entire C staff. And like I said, you know, I knew everything about the company, but unfortunately, we had thousands and thousands of vendors there, and we were in the thousands before we even started assessing them. And our assessment processes were slow and labor intensive, And like many companies relied on questionnaires, so they were not very meaningful, right? And so he wanted answers, but unfortunately all I had were questions. Like, I didn't know what data of theirs they had. This was Dropbox, which they had another breach just a couple of days ago. I didn't know whether the data was encrypted or not. I didn't know whether we'd read their SOC 2. And so that led me to really look at third-party risk and realizing the size of not only our nth-party ecosystems, but how quickly that footprint was increasing. I realized not only is this the worst problem in cybersecurity, but this is the problem that has the worst solution. Questionnaires and ratings.
Right, going back to a very manual, almost analog
Yeah.
thing that, was it your experience when assessing third-party risk that it was not days, not weeks, but months or possibly into years before you would even get a glimpse of what the true risks were?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And not only that, we would have delayed business, burned business stakeholder relationships, been branded the Department of No, accused of killing innovation in the process, to then only have a questionnaire response, which is typically filled out by salespeople and contains very biased results, right? And so here we were slowing down our business and at the same time not moving the needle on risk, right? So it was just obvious that this was a huge problem and it really needed dedicated attention to solve. And that's why my co-founder, Russ Sherman, and myself decided to focus our lives on this.
I applaud and I can absolutely respect that, the impetus, being able to identify that the amount of time, the amount of just the extremely broad landscape. So now when you look at Viso Trust being able to really assess third parties, and even from what I'm reading, it seems go into fourth party at times, being able to get actionable information. It's not instantaneously, but compared to months and months of time in trying to get those questionnaires down to a few days, a few minutes, a few hours, having that. Can you give us an example of how you have seen that already really change, where the security department isn't a bottleneck but actually becomes a business driver? Yeah,
that's a great question. And when I think about, today we have successful customers really in every industry vertical and locales across the globe, including some of the largest banks and most mature TPRM programs. And when I think about customers like Notion, like Cruise Automation, part of GM here in the city, Instacart, Gusto, Upwork, many of them come to us. They have scoped down their TPRM programs to only assess those businesses that their company is determined to be most critical. And the reason that they do that is so that they can demonstrate compliance. They can have some shot at demonstrating compliance with their own policies, right? And TPRM is so broken that they fail at that, right? And good example, Cruise Automation, cycled through different teams, cycled through different tools, eventually bypassed by the procurement process, by the business, just because they couldn't keep up, right? Came to us with a backlog of those most critical. We eliminated that backlog in the first 60 to 90 days. Then seeing how fast, how efficient, how in the hands of their business owners, quickly delivering information could lead to better decisions, they started piping all new relationships, right? And for the first time, being put in the position to reflect not only just those business critical relationships, but really their entire potential risk ecosystem. And seeing how they could also incorporate, as you mentioned, nth party risk, right, through the risk network feature and through our AI-based detections of fourth party relationships. And but to really put the icing on the cake, them telling us in their testimonial, which they did a wonderful case study for us, that not only had they eliminated over 90% of the operational effort, but they had reinvented the image of their security team, essentially having other teams reach out to them and say, wow, we really need to up our game, and being held as essentially the poster child for innovation and automation to which other teams aspired. Hearing that, which, I mean, that was the opposite of what my experience was when I was the CISO at Lending Club, and so, again, that would have been life-changing for me. And so that is hugely rewarding to be delivering, for my co-founder and I, delivering the solution that we'd wish we'd had, when we were in their shoes.
Absolutely. I mean, what I'm hearing, and part of it is you're able to then look at the security team and go, wow, they're becoming like the brick house. They're becoming that sentinel, like that complete, hardened and capable and forward-thinking, not just reactionary team. So with that, in the alerting, the information that comes through checking all the third-party risks, do the third parties, do the vendors also get reflexive benefits?
They do. They do. One really big difference for us against kind of the myriad of TPRM solutions that are out there is that vendors actually love interacting with our platform. Instead of receiving, hundreds of questions that they have to triage, instead of being confronted with inaccurate ratings that they then have to try and sometimes even purchase tools to try and fix from a reputational standpoint rather than an actual security standpoint. Instead, because they're only taking in a 5 to 10 minute session prompted to upload artifacts of their security program that already exist, they are delighted. And for us, that means 99% vendor adoption, which for our customers means scalability and coverage across their population. Which I mentioned that example of me in that meeting with our CEO and the executive team at Lending Club that was so pivotal for me. It's really being in the know, that's so important for CISOs. Your knowledge and the fact that you can be relied on for accurate information at any time, that's your currency as a CISO. That's your credibility is everything, right? And having at your fingertips, an entire inventory of your population, a knowledge of what all of their control posture is, and that benefit comes from the platform being easy for vendors to engage with. And so, there's tremendous benefit for vendors on the platform. They love to participate.
Oh, absolutely. So I know that you've released and are releasing here at RSA some new features. Can you give us a rundown on what is your most exciting?
Yeah. Well, I'm not sure if I could say what's most exciting. There is 3 really big features that were released, but one that that I'm thinking about right now, especially since I was talking about that Dropbox breach, is risk issue, and this is connected to a feature on the platform an existing feature called Public Risk Notice. Okay. This is where we monitor all third-party relationships with regard to high-profile security incidents and nth-party breaches 24/7. We monitor websites, we monitor various data feeds, we monitor things like 8K filings. It's very, very comprehensive. What we released at RSA is a feature that builds on that called Risk Notice. And Risk Issue. Okay. What that does is, with regard to your population, if there's a particular breach or high-profile incident, it now becomes an issue on the platform, and you're instantly in a position to understand how your third parties and your nth parties may be impacted and how you may be impacted as a result, and to interact with the third party on the platform to essentially work that issue to resolution. This is very, very powerful for our customers. We also, in the third-party response flow, we've integrated our artifact intelligence directly into that flow. That's another key feature here at RSA today.
And that's constantly updating. I mean, that's basically real-time updating.
Right. And that allows, as vendors are interacting with the platform and uploading artifacts, they're in real time analyzed for control coverage. And if there's controls that are in scope based on the unique way that you're doing business with that third party that haven't been addressed by their artifacts, they'll be prompted immediately for additional artifacts or additional information. So, that's something that makes our assessments not only highly comprehensive, but also highly defensible, if you will, right? And then the last issue, the last big release during RSA is our remediation feature, which allows, this is something really exciting for large enterprise customers who typically, when they find shortcomings with vendors, they want to work those into the contract and have those remediated, some of them in 30 days, some in 60, some in 90, etc. The remediation feature allows you to completely automate that interaction with third parties across your entire population, which is really powerful.
Well, this has been fascinating. Thank you so much, Paul, for joining us. And
My pleasure.
Very much look forward to seeing more in the launch. And it sounds like getting more security practitioners and CISOs to have sleep-filled nights instead of trying to follow it on
Peace
their
of
own.
mind and helping CISOs sleep at night.
Well, please check out more at securityweekly.com/VISO Trust. Thank you on behalf of Security Weekly. Thank you, Paul, for being with us. And that's a wrap from RSAC.
Thank you, Mandy.
Thank you.
Hi folks, I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find, talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all of the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
On Business Security Weekly, each week we address the challenges facing CISOs through our guest interviews, including former and active CISOs. Our news segment is focused on leadership and communications to better help security leaders translate and communicate security risks into business risks. Jason Albuquerque, Ben Carr, Tyler Robinson, and others add their expertise to the conversation. I'm Matt Alderman, and I hope you search for Business Security Weekly in your favorite podcast catcher and subscribe to download our latest content.
Hi folks, I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find, talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
On Business Security Weekly, each week we address the challenges facing CISOs through our guest interviews, including former and active CISOs. Our news segment is focused on leadership and communications to better help security leaders translate and communicate security risks into business risks. Jason Albuquerque, Ben Carr, Tyler Robinson, and others add their expertise to the conversation. I'm Matt Alderman, and I hope you search for Business Security Weekly in your favorite podcast catcher and subscribe to download our latest content.
folks. I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find, talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
On Business Security Weekly, each week we address the challenges facing CISOs through our guest interviews, including former and active CISOs. Our news segment is focused on leadership and communications to better help security leaders translate and communicate security risks into business risks. Jason Albuquerque, Ben Carr, Tyler Robinson, and others add their expertise to the conversation. I'm Matt Alderman, and I hope you search for Business Security Weekly in your favorite podcast catcher and subscribe to download our latest content.
Hi folks, I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find, talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
On Business Security Weekly, each week we address the challenges facing CISOs through our guest interviews, including former and active CISOs. Our news segment is focused on leadership and communications to better help security leaders translate and communicate security risks into business risks. Jason Albuquerque, Ben Carr, Tyler Robinson, and others add their expertise to the conversation. I'm Matt Alderman, and I hope you search for Business Security Weekly in your favorite podcast catcher and subscribe to download our latest content.
Hi folks, I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find, talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
On Business Security Weekly, each week we address the challenges facing CISOs through our guest interviews, including former and active CISOs. Our news segment is focused on leadership and communications to better help security leaders translate and communicate security risks into business risks. Jason Albuquerque, Ben Carr, Tyler Robinson, and others add their expertise to the conversation. I'm Matt Alderman, and I hope you search for Business Security Weekly in your favorite podcast catcher and subscribe to download our latest content.
Hi folks, I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find, talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
On Business Security Weekly, each week we address the challenges facing CISOs through our guest interviews, including former and active CISOs. Our news segment is focused on leadership and communications to better help security leaders translate and communicate security risks into business risks. Jason Albuquerque, Ben Carr, Tyler Robinson, and others add their expertise to the conversation. I'm Matt Alderman, and I hope you search for Business Security Weekly in your favorite podcast catcher and subscribe to download our latest content.
Hi folks, I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find, talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
On Business Security Weekly, each week we address the challenges facing CISOs through our guest interviews, including former and active CISOs. Our news segment is focused on leadership and communications to better help security leaders translate and communicate security risks into business risks. Jason Albuquerque, Ben Carr, Tyler Robinson, and others add their expertise to the conversation. I'm Matt Alderman, and I hope you search for Business Security Weekly in your favorite podcast catcher and subscribe to download our latest content.
Hi folks, I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find, talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
On Business Security Weekly, each week we address the challenges facing CISOs through our guest interviews, including former and active CISOs. Our news segment is focused on leadership and communications to better help security leaders translate and communicate security risks into business risks. Jason Albuquerque, Ben Carr, Tyler Robinson, and others add their expertise to the conversation. I'm Matt Alderman, and I hope you search for Business Security Weekly in your favorite podcast catcher and subscribe to download our latest content.
folks. I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find, talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
On Business Security Weekly, each week we address the challenges facing CISOs through our guest interviews, including former and active CISOs. Our news segment is focused on leadership and communications to better help security leaders translate and communicate security risks into business risks. Jason Albuquerque, Ben Carr, Tyler Robinson, and others add their expertise to the conversation. I'm Matt Alderman, and I hope you search for Business Security Weekly in your favorite podcast catcher and subscribe to download our latest content.
Hi folks, I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find, talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
On Business Security Weekly, each week we address the challenges facing CISOs through our guest interviews, including former and active CISOs. Our news segment is focused on leadership and communications to better help security leaders translate and communicate security risks into business risks. Jason Albuquerque, Ben Carr, Tyler Robinson, and others add their expertise to the conversation. I'm Matt Alderman, and I hope you search for Business Security Weekly in your favorite podcast catcher and subscribe to download our latest content.
Hi folks, I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find, talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
On Business Security Weekly, each week we address the challenges facing CISOs through our guest interviews, including former and active CISOs. Our news segment is focused on leadership and communications to better help security leaders translate and communicate security risks into business risks. Jason Albuquerque, Ben Carr, Tyler Robinson, and others add their expertise to the conversation. I'm Matt Alderman, and I hope you search for Business Security Weekly in your favorite podcast catcher and subscribe to download our latest content.
Hi folks, I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find, talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
On Business Security Weekly, each week we address the challenges facing CISOs through our guest interviews, including former and active CISOs. Our news segment is focused on leadership and communications to better help security leaders translate and communicate security risks into business risks. Jason Albuquerque, Ben Carr, Tyler Robinson, and others add their expertise to the conversation. I'm Matt Alderman, and I hope you search for Business Security Weekly in your favorite podcast catcher and subscribe to download our latest content.
Hi folks, I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find, talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
On Business Security Weekly, each week we address the challenges facing CISOs through our guest interviews, including former and active CISOs. Our news segment is focused on leadership and communications to better help security leaders translate and communicate security risks into business risks. Jason Albuquerque, Ben Carr, Tyler Robinson, and others add their expertise to the conversation. I'm Matt Alderman, and I hope you search for Business Security Weekly in your favorite podcast catcher and subscribe to download our latest content.
Hi folks, I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find, talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
On Business Security Weekly, each week we address the challenges facing CISOs through our guest interviews, including former and active CISOs. Our news segment is focused on leadership and communications to better help security leaders translate and communicate security risks into business risks. Jason Albuquerque, Ben Carr, Tyler Robinson, and others add their expertise to the conversation. I'm Matt Alderman, and I hope you search for Business Security Weekly in your favorite podcast catcher and subscribe to download our latest content.
Hi folks, I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find, talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
On Business Security Weekly, each week we address the challenges facing CISOs through our guest interviews, including former and active CISOs. Our news segment is focused on leadership and communications to better help security leaders translate and communicate security risks into business risks. Jason Albuquerque, Ben Carr, Tyler Robinson, and others add their expertise to the conversation. I'm Matt Alderman, and I hope you search for Business Security Weekly in your favorite podcast catcher and subscribe to download our latest content.
Hi folks, I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find, talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
On Business Security Weekly, each week we address the challenges facing CISOs through our guest interviews, including former and active CISOs. Our news segment is focused on leadership and communications to better help security leaders translate and communicate security risks into business risks. Jason Albuquerque, Ben Carr, Tyler Robinson, and others add their expertise to the conversation. I'm Matt Alderman, and I hope you search for Business Security Weekly in your favorite podcast catcher and subscribe to download our latest content.
Welcome to RSA Conference. We're recording live from Broadcast Alley here in Moscone West. This interview is sponsored by Imperva. I'm your host, Mike Shima, and joining me today is Adon Plotnick, co-founder and CEO of Imperva. Welcome, Adon.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me.
So I wanted to dive right in. We're talking about ASPM. And ASPM, sure, it's a bunch of letters put together. It's more than just a bunch of tools put together, too. Yeah. And everybody thinks, like, well, I've got this SAS, this DAS, these other acronyms. But I think ASPM done properly is more than just hooking a bunch of tools together, right?
Yeah, because these tools actually generate a lot of noise. They don't have the context of the business. They don't have the context of the application architecture. They don't understand the developer's knowledge and activity throughout the history. So this is why you actually need to take all these tools that are testing your code, and you need to contextualize them, and you need to understand what's the business impact to make sense. And out of the tens of thousands of noisy alerts, you need to understand what is actually a risk to your business.
And that's the important premise I really just wanted to highlight, because as you said, tens of thousands. There's so we could play Pokemon, collect all the vulns, all the CVEs. But we don't need to know all of them have to be fixed, right? The whole premise is just, where do I spend my time? And that's actually said from the developer's perspective, right?
Absolutely. This is why we developed a technology called a deep code analysis. This technology actually takes a code repo, scan it, understand the architecture of the code, and augment the vulnerabilities on top of them, then enrich from runtime, context. Is it deployed? Is it internet exposed? And then we, from the DCA, the deep code analysis, we understand what's the business impact of this code module. And this is how we actually contextualize, deduplicate, and only then, if it's a risk to the business, we tell the developers fix that, because it's the most critical risk at the moment.
And that's what seems so appealing to me, is that you're saving developers time by doing what sounds like more than just, here's the abstract syntax tree of the app that we're building.
Exactly.
But we don't just stop there. We add this context. So, yeah, tell me more about this context and why that's so important for the developers.
Sure. So there are multiple layers of context. First and foremost, when you take code and you say, in this line of code you have a vulnerability, it doesn't make sense or to AppSec engineers or developers, because it doesn't mean that it will impact your business. If you say that this is a RESTful API in the code that uses a GenAI framework or a vulnerable open source dependency, on top of that, you augment the business impact of saying this handles PII data. Now the combination of all these things, this is a RESTful API that uses a GenAI framework in a code repo or a module with PII data that is deployed and internet exposed, and this is the context from runtime, then it's a risk that you need to fix right now. And if it's already deployed, you can attach it or tie it back to the code owner automatically.
That's huge.
Huge. In large enterprises, it's days or weeks to find the code owner and automatically trigger a remediation action to the developer that owns this piece of code or code components like RESTful API.
Yeah.
And with this risk-based context, you can also prevent the developers from merging their code, and not only based on CVSS Core 10, because CVSS Core 10 can be low risk in your code architecture.
Thank you. Yes. Yeah, and I think I wanted to take that line of your time about the inventory, because you're saying who owns this.
Yes.
You know, they're very. I think you've been around AppSec for quite a while.
Yeah.
How many applications do we have? Classic problem, hard to answer.
It's
So
such a great point, because I think inventory in AppSec is a black box. No one knows. It's a simple question like how many repos that I have with PII data? How many RESTful APIs I have in Java? No one knows. No one knows. So if you don't know what you have in your code bases and where this code is being deployed and delivered, how can you secure it? And we go back to ASPM. You said ASPM. Application Security Posture Management is the new shiny tool in RSA now. Everyone say that they are ASPM. There are actually 3 types of ASPM. The first one is the shallow aggregators that can take all the vulnerabilities and group them by
here's your
CVE.
CVEs. Yeah. Okay.
The second type is the ones that started from software supply chain, like CI/CD pipeline, misconfiguration, or source control manager, posture management. And the last one are the deep ASPM that actually can build an inventory and maintain it for every code change and say, today you have new 5 APIs in Java. Yesterday, you added 3 different open API frameworks in your code. This is the depth that you need to take it and then prioritize and remediate with this context.
And that's absolutely where I hear value. I don't need to hear, here's another 5, or honestly, here's another 500 CVEs.
Exactly.
I'd rather know about those APIs. Like what's meaningful has changed within the code.
Yeah.
And you're talking about like those 3 types of ASPMs. I do want to bring in CSPM, the C for cloud part of this. And how does that relate? Because there is that aspect of inventory with cloud native apps, things like that, but that's still, I think, you need both. So tell us why.
This is a great question, because the inventory of CSPM is a totally different inventory items from the ASPM. Okay, the ASPM takes into consideration your API encode and data models and PII and authentication framework and GenAI frameworks and more, while cloud posture management takes containers and firewalls, and these are different entities in your inventory. More than that, when you look at ASPM track material changes in the code, and you can trigger proactively a pen test or a threat model before it gets to the cloud, and then you make your manual processes more efficient, much more efficient. You save time to developers, you save time to risk management and AppSec engineers, and you reduce the risk before releasing or delivering the code to the cloud.
And I appreciate that AppSec loves to talk about shifting left, right, all over the place. I appreciate that you haven't said that yet. Because one of the things I want to highlight is that ASPM sounds like it's reducing noise at scale rather than just throwing it back over to the AppSec team and say, was this a meaningful change or not? Should we spend this budget on a pen test? Was this just a UI change, back-end change? Yeah.
This is a critical thing in AppSec. Because think about this. You have, let's take a mid-market enterprise, okay? They have 2,000 developers, okay? This is a mid-market enterprise. Every developer commits at least 2 or 3 commits a day. Open at least 1 or 2 open pull requests. A lot of changes. Why do I care about a UI change that changed the color of the login page? I don't care. But if you change the logic of an API, and this API is responsible for authentication, this needs to go through a pen test without bothering the development teams with tedious questions or risk assessment questionnaires that everyone lies when they ask them these questions.
Or they don't even have to lie. They say, well, today, yeah, this was the change, but tomorrow the change is different. It's
So
dynamic,
true.
right?
So
yeah.
true. Yeah.
Well, then that's interesting too. I was curious about who's consuming this, because we're talking a lot about developers.
Yeah.
But classically, the application security has the AppSec kind of in there.
Yeah.
So is it AppSec team, developers?
So before I will answer, I
Uh-huh.
just want to say that ASPM needs to be deep but also open. You need to integrate with all the developers' tool chain, with all
yes,
the
okay, this
risk
is why,
management
yeah.
tools, and this is what, by the way, why we announced the Shine program. It's
That's what brings you to RSA.
Exactly, exactly. So now we are an open platform, but very deep, and we take, like, our user is the application security engineer that defines the governance, the policies, measure the MTTR versus SLA, identify the code owners, and shift, not left, shift the data with the context to the developers in their pull request, in their Jira ticket,
so
in their
yes,
Slack messages.
Where they're working, basically.
Exactly.
Yeah.
If you want to maintain, think about a graph, okay? On one hand, you have the velocity of pull requests and commits and releases going up, while the risk is going down, okay? This is the measurement of a very, very good ASPM that needs to measure the development velocity, make sure that you're not impacting the business, the developers of releasing more features, but you're still reducing the risk without bothering them, and they can release more and more value to the business.
And it sounds like you're being able to reduce the risk without having to put that checklist on the AppSec team to say, well, where is this running? Or do you agree, what's the environmental score of this CVSS? Change this context, right?
I think this is the key of the deep code analysis, the DCA technology that we developed. From deeply understanding what you have in the repo, we can match it to what you have in the pipeline and what you have in the container, and we can connect directly to the Kubernetes cluster or to your CSPM, which you said earlier, and enrich more data from them and correlate it to what you have inside the code repo, and then do the code to runtime mapping automatically. A shallow ASPM will do it based on tags or naming conventions. But because we can actually understand what you have in the repo, we have much higher matching algorithm between code to build to runtime, and this gives the context that you are talking about. The environmental score of a vulnerability, or, by the way, it's not only vulnerability, also a material change. If I change from SQL Server to a MongoDB, it's not a CVE, but it is a risk to your business. You change the entire database mechanism. So is it already deployed? Is it exposed to the internet? Did someone run a threat model on it or a pen test? This is like, do you see, like, it's vulnerabilities in parallel to material changes.
And that's why I like to, because you mentioned Gen AI, and a lot of people are, you could walk the floor and we'll see AI enabled as well, along with everybody has ASPM platforms now. But I think Gen AI has introduced a lot of people to the concern of, oh, right, we have to do something about data privacy or just data handling. And that's something that's parallel to security, but ASPM, I think, can help with this, right?
Absolutely, and I will go back to what you said. Inventory. You go to every CISO and ask, do you know if your developers are using Gen AI technologies? No, I don't.
Right.
So when we scan the code with the DCA, we tell you how many, who added it, when, where, what's the posture of your Gen AI frameworks in the code, and if they are sending sensitive information to Gen AI services in the cloud. This is one angle, like the visibility. The second angle is putting governance and say, okay, in my organization, you can use OpenAI for Java in this version. If not, you cannot merge the code and pass through the build phase. Okay? So a governance piece is very, very important for Gen AI risks. The third angle, which is very interesting, we are using actually LLMs to help with the triage and remediation process.
I see. Okay.
And also detect malicious code in different places. So these are the three buckets where we see ourselves interacting with AI across the board.
Yes, and even consuming AI, which is also nice to hear. And I think the other thing that I don't want to let go by too fast is that turning governance into something execution. Because I've seen a lot of governance that here's this policy doc and fill out this checklist or a spreadsheet. I love that
Pure
reaction.
ASPM, we are literally killing risk assessment questionnaires, and we show how much time you invest on them, you waste the developer's time and the risk management time, and eventually, as you said, it changes every day. So why doing it every 3 months? It doesn't make any sense, and it's not actually assessing the risk in a manner where you can prioritize your vulnerabilities.
And that's a perfect way for us to end talking about time. So this is a great time, Adon. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate that. To learn more about Apiro, visit securityweekly.com/Apiro. And stick around. We've got a lot more live interviews coming right after this break.
Hi folks, I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find, talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
On Business Security Weekly, each week we address the challenges facing CISOs through our guest interviews, including former and active CISOs. Our news segment is focused on leadership and communications to better help security leaders translate and communicate security risks into business risks. Jason Albuquerque, Ben Carr, Tyler Robinson, and others add their expertise to the conversation. I'm Matt Alderman, and I hope you search for Business Security Weekly in your favorite podcast catcher and subscribe to download our latest content.
Hi folks, I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find, talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all of the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
On Business Security Weekly, each week we address the challenges facing CISOs through our guest interviews, including former and active CISOs. Our news segment is focused on leadership and communications to better help security leaders translate and communicate security risks into business risks. Jason Albuquerque, Ben Carr, Tyler Robinson, and others add their expertise to the conversation. I'm Matt Alderman, and I hope you search for Business Security Weekly in your favorite podcast catcher and subscribe to download our latest content.
Hi, folks. I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find, talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today.
Welcome to RSA Conference 2024. We are in beautiful sunny San Francisco in Broadcast Alley, which is Moscone West. I am Jeff Mann, co-host of Paul's Security Weekly, and I'm here today to talk to Jay Martang. He's the field CISO for a company called Pentera. Jay, welcome to RSA.
Jeff, it's great to be here. Thank you so much for having us here.
Yeah,
Amazing.
Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, I've been in the industry for 15 years now.
Okay.
Spent most of it doing a lot of the defensive work, which is typically when you think of cybersecurity, right? You're putting up layer defenses, and that can consist of multiple different techs, which I have had the privilege of working with. So whether it's multi-factor authentication, data loss prevention, SIM, network detection response. And then I spent a little bit of time in the privileged identity space.
Okay.
And then finally had the opportunity to try a different type of security and really put on the hat of the attacker and the lens of the attacker. And I joined Pentera about 3.5 years ago. I've been doing that ever since.
So tell us a little bit about Pentera.
Sure. So Pentera is the global leader in automated security validation. And what we enable our customers to do is to look at their networks through that lens of the attacker and really test themselves on demand, moving away from what was once done manually and being able to do it continuously, because
I'm a manual pen tester by trade, so be careful what you say.
Hey,
now.
it's all good, because you know what? We're not here to replace you. We're here to make your life a little bit easier.
Very good.
And that is all done through the use of automation. So think about, when you're doing things, now having a power tool in your tool belt that you can actually let go and work simultaneously. So we're trying to make you, folks of your nature, more effective, essentially, at your job.
Excellent. Yeah, and tool's an important word there. I'm old school. I started pen testing over 30 years ago.
Sure.
And all we had was manual back then. But automation certainly comes in handy. You mentioned that you try to protect networks, and of course networks these days, who knows where they are? But very often they're in the cloud.
Yeah.
What are you guys doing to help organizations that are moving more and more to cloud-based networks and environments?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen an explosion over the last several years. So many organizations now fall into the hybrid type of environment where they have still things traditionally on-prem, but at the same time they're moving and they have cloud workloads and data, and the attackers are hip to that. I mean, now we're seeing a lot of attacks that are still either originate in the cloud or involve cloud data. So what we want to do is that same mindset of thinking like the attacker and looking at your attack surface like the attacker. Now we got to take that attack surface and bring it into the fold. So what we allow to do, when we launched Pentera Cloud, the goal was to really take the automation engine and become the first automated pen testing platform in the cloud to do all the types of attacks that attackers are doing, whether it's launching code, moving laterally, but now focus on cloud workloads, cloud data, cloud identities, but still encompass the whole IT environment as well. So, I mean, think about being able to move from your on-prem environment into your cloud, back to your on-prem. That is what we're looking to enable our customers to do now with our cloud product.
So from an attacker perspective, are you targeting the cloud, from anywhere on the internet? Are you targeting on-prem from the cloud, and vice versa? Do you do all of the above?
Yes, all of the above, because we think that there's too many attack vectors. Like there's such a big web of where the attackers can go, where they can originate from. So for us, it's a matter of we look at the attack surface, both internal attack surface, external attack surface, and cloud. So we want to wrap it all together and be able to do that.
Great. And you're a tool. You're supposed to supplement internal pen test teams or even third-party teams.
Yeah, I mean, we traditionally, if you didn't have the privilege or the luxury of having a team to do it in-house, you were doing it from the outside.
Right.
And that was just simply not enough. because we get a false, like a snapshot in time, almost a false sense of security, because we might get a once-a-year pen test or twice-a-year pen test. But think about how often the environment is changing. Right? We're adding in those identities, we're adding in infrastructure, and that could fundamentally change your risk footprint. So we want to be able to do it continuously. And again, for folks like yourselves who might be doing it manually, it's like, great, let's help you scale. Right? Time is of the essence. We really want to minimize the dwell time that attackers have inside the environment, which is the time at which an intrusion begins up until which it's discovered. And by running these attacks continuously, we can hopefully get into the purple teaming mindset, where we're continuously testing, we're continuously assessing, and we have a pulse on our network and say, we're good, we're good, we're ransomware ready, we're ready for this attack. Or, hey, maybe we're not, but at least we've identified the gaps. We can address those gaps, and then we can retest on demand.
Are there certain types of attacks or attack methodologies that sort of lend themselves more to cloud-based assets versus on-prem assets?
I think we see a lot of, hey, is information publicly exposed? It's a layup, right? It's like low-hanging fruit that attackers can go after.
Right.
So we naturally, incorporated that into our platform. But we definitely see heavily identity-based types of attacks. So not only just compromising the identities that live in the cloud, but again, the identities are any artifacts that can be picked up from the on-prem environment. So if you think about this, right? If you have cloud admins, they have certain API keys or certain access that could potentially be extracted from their machines. Well, why not see if your controls on those machines, like your EDR, whichever, can stop an attacker? So we're going to take a look at that and say, well, let's launch an attack. Let's see if those controls not only stop and alert Pentera. If they do, great. That means, okay, we're good. But if for some reason they don't, can the attacker progress the attack now from that asset and then pivot into the cloud?
Gotcha.
And that's just an example of a joint attack surface vector that we would want to hopefully exploit, or hopefully not exploit, right? Hopefully these controls that everyone is spending hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not millions of dollars on, is stopping us.
What a concept.
Right?
Cybersecurity that works.
But like up until now, how could you measure security? Right? You don't want to wait for an actual attack to happen. And that's what we're enabling, and that's what we want. We don't want to wait. We don't want to assume. We want to validate.
Of course, you're assuming that organizations notice the attack when it does happen and not find out about it months or years later, which has been the case many, many times.
Of course.
I mean, our listeners know that I do PCI as my day job, which is pretty much why we have the annual pen test and why we have a pen testing industry, arguably. And penetration testing has evolved even in PCI, and there's more penetration testing, more focused penetration testing, especially at the application layer. You cover all the bases. Does your tool lend itself more to network attacks, or web-based or API-based attacks?
Network and web for sure.
Okay.
And infrastructure for sure. You brought up something though that I wanted to address, because you said compliance had driven pen tests for such a long time.
Well, you asked how do we measure security, and the answer traditionally is compliance.
Correct. Right. And we've seen that, right?
Yep.
But Pentera actually issued a state of penetration testing report. We do it every year, just to see where everyone falls, where everyone stacks up, right? And one of those data points that we actually pulled out was that the big driver for penetration testing now is not so much compliance, but the board of directors and upper management executives, they want to know if the organization's ready. And that's actually, in my opinion, I think that's good. I think that's a good sign, because we're not just we're not just checking a box. We actually are trying to be proactive with our approach to security, and that's always great, because the attackers are proactive. They're working with each other. I think it's good that we're trying to step up our game as security practitioners.
Well, for those organizations that have the maturity, there's nothing like the live fire test. How well do we hold up against actual attacks? And there is no substitute for that.
There is none, and it can be very telling when all of a sudden you have EDR you thought was 100% rolled out, and it's not. or you have what you think is a SOC that's responding at a certain SLA, and maybe they are, but they're not including all the details. And those details of the evidence-based step-by-step attack is what we're trying to provide. We provide this to our customers so they can cross-reference and say, okay, well, did we get the whole story, right? And it's okay if you don't, because nothing is perfect. But as long as you're taking steps in the right direction, I think that's what it's all about.
Do your customers, clients tend to be more the end user, as it were, or how much are you working with third-party providers that are hosting a bunch of organizations? And there's always that, especially in PCI, there's that gray area of who's responsible for the pen testing.
Yeah, no, we're seeing a lot. All of our customers have a vested interest in taking this on themselves now.
Good.
And like I mentioned, we've been here. I've been at Pentera for about 3.5 years.
Okay.
I've just seen it grow more and more and more. It's reflective of what we're seeing in the survey, for example, that I mentioned, that customers and the boards, they want to know themselves. And I think they want to do it more often than what they were. And they want to potentially get a bigger bang for their buck, right?
Sure.
In regard to, if I'm spending, X amount for just one time a year, I can spend X amount and do it once a month with Pentera.
Right. Yeah, and there's certainly something to be said for that increased sort of continuous awareness of what could be going wrong and what might be happening.
Yeah.
And there's also nothing like, especially when you're outsourcing MSSP providers, response, it's good to know that they're on the ball.
Yeah.
I wish there was more of that, personally.
Yeah, I mean, I think with global organizations too, they need to establish a baseline. And if you have testing that's happening in the Americas and testing that's happening in Europe and testing that's happening in Asia, how do you know what is that baseline? I mean, it's not, right? Unless you have a team that's flying around. And to be fair, we've had customers who actually, we call it the James Bond model, right? Who's taken Pentera and they will get on a plane and they use Pentera as the baseline to actually establish that baseline and run the tests so they can say, okay, now we have an apples to apples comparison across the board.
How does Pentera Cloud get deployed, or is it something you log into, or is it something you deploy into your environment?
Pentera is something that you deploy in your environment.
Okay.
So it is software that sits on top of hardware, or it could be, in your cloud, could be deployed as a VM or an EC2 instance.
Okay.
And it's completely agentless, and that's a big game changer because that really helps with time to value, where you don't have to deploy or manage agents. You are now taking Pentera, installing it, pointing it at the different ranges you want to go, and you are off to the races. And we offer, if anyone out there who is like, no way, bring us in, right? We do a proof of concept, proof of value in a day. Just due to the automation, it's a very light lift, and it's a fun day. You're in the game. It's a fun way. It's a fun part of security.
I'm retired. I hung up my pen testing hat a few years ago, moved on to other things, but I'm definitely still immersed in it.
Yeah.
Our time is winding down.
Okay.
Any other final thoughts or messages you want to convey to our audience?
I think there's nothing more that I could say than think and behave like the attacker, because you're only going to get a true understanding of risk when you launch real-life exploits. And we want to do that continuously. We don't want to assume. We want to validate. And if any of this has intrigued you, we're more than happy to have a conversation with you.
Great. Well, I appreciate your time,
Jeff, thank you so
today,
much.
Jay. I hope you have a great show this
Likewise.
week. The weather couldn't be better, and it's supposed to get better every day.
I hope so.
If anybody wants to find out more about Pentera, you can visit our website, securityweekly.com/Pentera RSAC. Jay, thank you very much.
Jeff, thank you.
Have a great show.
Hi folks, I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find, talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
On Business Security Weekly, each week we address the challenges facing CISOs through our guest interviews, including former and active CISOs. Our news segment is focused on leadership and communications to better help security leaders translate and communicate security risks into business risks. Jason Albuquerque, Ben Carr, Tyler Robinson, and others add their expertise to the conversation. I'm Matt Alderman, and I hope you search for Business Security Weekly in your favorite podcast catcher and subscribe to download our latest content.
Hi folks, I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find, talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
On Business Security Weekly, each week we address the challenges facing CISOs through our guest interviews, including former and active CISOs. Our news segment is focused on leadership and communications to better help security leaders translate and communicate security risks into business risks. Jason Albuquerque, Ben Carr, Tyler Robinson, and others add their expertise to the conversation. I'm Matt Alderman, and I hope you search for Business Security Weekly in your favorite podcast catcher and subscribe to download our latest content.
Hi folks, I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find, talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to our coverage of RSA Conference 2024. We're here recording live from Broadcast Alley in Moscone West, and this interview is sponsored by Hive Pro. I'm Bill Brenner, and joining me today for this interview is Zara Perzada.
Thank you.
Did I get it right?
You got it right.
There we go.
You got it right.
VP of Product Marketing at Hive Pro. And we're going to talk about CTEM, understanding the essentials and why it matters. I do want to remind you all, before we start with questions, that if you want to keep track of our content today, you could do so by going to securityweekly.com/Hive Pro SAE. And with that, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
So let's just get right to it. Let's talk a bit about how CTEM enables tool integration. So by that I mean with your existing security tools and with infrastructure.
Okay. A great place to start from, to baseline this, is to talk to the acronym. There are a ton of acronyms in the security game, and sometimes they just get really overwhelming.
Especially in the cloud realm.
Especially in the cloud realm. I was coming from Gartner as a former Gartner analyst, and while we were there, we were really acclimated to building this headache for others. But now, while I'm in the vendor world, I'm here to inherit the headache. And so let's make sure just to bring everyone into the conversation of CTEM and baseline it with that definition. What is continuous threat exposure management? At its heart, it's threat-informed defense.
Yep.
So to say threat exposure management is how can I limit, if I'm a vendor, how can I help limit your exposure to threats? Now, how does it integrate with infrastructure, your current securities tool stack? Well, it depends on how any one vendor goes about it. It is, after all, a framework by Gartner with that explicit purpose, that intended purpose to limit threat exposure. You're going to see a slew of vendors now with this messaging on exposure management saying, I'm going to proactively find a way to find the things that are wrong and to tell you what is wrong and what threat actors are likely to look for. Ideally, that's the ideal case. And I'm going to validate your controls. So then what infrastructure would you want to integrate with? What would you ideally want inside of your organization to speak to each other? Most tools are non-interoperable. That's just how vendors work a lot of the time. They want you part of their shop. Well, I'll talk about it in the way that we address it because you're going to see many others addressing it differently. It's a very, I would say, it's starting at its beginning, this market. So what we do is we bring in your scanners. You have vulnerability scanners. You have asset scanners. You have even a tool that's looking at your CMDB, for instance, looking at the assets that your IT team knows about. We bring those together. We're a sticky point for them. So you're able to see fully what scanned assets and unscanned assets by your vulnerability scanners are you looking at, and what's wrong with them in some. Now, we go beyond vulnerabilities. We look at exposure points too. So what does that mean? Ideally, your scanners can look for misconfigurations. Ideally, your scanners can look at software that hasn't been updated, or maybe even look at the blind spots that you might have in risk based on 0 days or wormable assets. So any tool that is collecting that telemetry, we are ingesting. That's what we're integrating with to begin with. Though I can't speak for other vendors, there are a slew of security tools to integrate with, and it depends on the customer's need for us.
So let's talk about, we're in the hype cycle with AI right now. And so with any technology, the question is how AI fits in and further enables a product, including CTEM. So
Yes.
talk a bit about that, if you can.
Vendors are using AI as a blanket term. It's when I say you have the right to privacy, I'm talking a penumbra of rights that you have that amount to your expectation for privacy. If I talk about the AI in that similar fashion, what I'm looking at under the hood of AI is soft AI and hard AI, that being what is machine learning, and then otherwise what is actually being as human as possible. So I want to make sure that I take away the hype of AI over here, and how I'm normally seeing vendors use it is to optimize for efficiency. A security tool. So that is helping you to limit your false positives. That is helping you to automate more, building better algorithms that help you streamline your workflows. That is technically how we're seeing it. Now, the LLM explosion that we've been privy to and witness to in the past year or two has taught us that we can give natural language questions and receive natural language answers and have a very focused analysis about the data that's at hand. That is another way AI is being used. So right now for the security world, we're going on the path of optimizing and building for efficiency with machine learning. And otherwise, we're integrating natural language processing to help analyze better. That's what's happening.
So let's talk about CTEM and the role it plays in really enabling this distributed workforce that we came out of the pandemic with, where some people are working from home or anywhere really, and some are on site. How does this come into play?
Yeah, this again goes to what CTEM, the potential CTEM holds. Exposure also is identity. I like to use the phrase that Gartner has often gone with, not only is identity the new perimeter, identity is the perimeter. It's all about that. With the remote workforce that we currently have, even the hybrid workforce that we have, and the freedom that people have garnered from working remote, the truth is we have to make sure that identity is accounted for and all of the actions that that identity goes about are valid. And they hold up the principles of CIA, confidentiality, integrity, and availability for our data. And for that to happen, we need to make sure that we're also logging identity as a part of our exposure. What identities, what accounts are exposed, which ones are being misused. So CTEM is looking, inherently come back to the basics, the definition. It's looking at what is exposed to threats. So I want to know how exposed is this identity, this digital identity, not the person themselves, but the digital identity to threats. And so that is how CTEM is utilizing that frame of reference. Otherwise, yes, I want to know what assets are out there. My endpoints, what endpoints are out there? How are they controlled? How are they managed? And how fortified are those assets? So we're also looking at that.
Let's talk about another area where this comes in, and that's the regulatory landscape.
Yeah.
So there's a lot going on with regulations right now. Some of the newer actions being because of things like AI. But talk about how this comes into play there as an enabler for those who are looking to stay on top of their compliance efforts.
Yeah. Every SOC 2, Type 2, ISO, if you're going to get a credit for ISO, if you're following the guidelines of NIST CSF, even if you look at the update of NIST CSF, everything is asking you at its bare form, PCI DSS, even HIPAA, everyone's saying have a vulnerability management program in place. Find a way to limit your risk. The fundamentals of all of these frameworks are to set in good hygiene. CTEM is asking for good hygiene. At its base, at its core, why we exist as a function in cybersecurity as practitioners. I'm going to eliminate this perspective of vendor for a moment. I come from the practitioner world. We exist to fight threats. We exist to defend against threats. What CTEM is doing is it's enhancing every bit of your regulatory framework in that you can build trust in your company and your end users, knowing that you can securely answer, am I secure from threats? And that's what CTEM is doing. It's enhancing and it's enabling. In fact, if you look at the iteration in NIST CSF, we're looking at more threat exposure management as a versioning ask. Likewise for ISO. So CTEM is, I want to say, revolutionizing vulnerability management as we know it, to expanding it to an idea of coming back to threats and saying, how can we be proactive and preventative? Threat-informed defense. Not just self-inflicted vulnerabilities, not just fitting the framework in a checkbox for your auditor, but truly feeling in your gut that you have responded to what could be threats in the best way possible. That's what CTEM is doing.
Great. Now, does HiPro have a booth down in the expo hall?
We do. We do. You can visit us at 5248, I'm sure. If I've gotten the number wrong, my apologies. I'm more than likely certain that it's 5248. And you can come visit us there. In any case, I will be waving and talking to every practitioner that is coming by. And I hope to see them there. And we can talk about continuous threat exposure management. We were it last year. We're not a rebrand. Many are talking about exposure management as rebrands today. We were purpose-built for it. So I hope to convey to people what that means.
Your main sauce.
The main sauce.
Main sauce.
Consistency is key.
Indeed. Well, it's been a pleasure. Thank you. And again, for more, please visit securityweekly.com/HivePro RSAC. And we'll be back.
Hi, folks. I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find, talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
On Business Security Weekly, each week we address the challenges facing CISOs through our guest interviews, including former and active CISOs. Our news segment is focused on leadership and communications to better help security leaders translate and communicate security risks into business risks. Jason Albuquerque, Ben Carr, Tyler Robinson, and others add their expertise to the conversation. I'm Matt Alderman, and I hope you search for Business Security Weekly in your favorite podcast catcher and subscribe to download our latest content.
Hi, folks. I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find, talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
On Business Security Weekly, each week we address the challenges facing CISOs through our guest interviews, including former and active CISOs. Our news segment is focused on leadership and communications to better help security leaders translate and communicate security risks into business risks. Jason Albuquerque, Ben Carr, Tyler Robinson, and others add their expertise to the conversation. I'm Matt Alderman, and I hope you search for Business Security Weekly in your favorite podcast catcher and subscribe to download our latest content.
Hi folks, I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find, talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
On Business Security Weekly, each week we address the challenges facing CISOs through our guest interviews, including former and active CISOs. Our news segment is focused on leadership and communications to better help security leaders translate and communicate security risks into business risks. Jason Albuquerque, Ben Carr, Tyler Robinson, and others add their expertise to the conversation. I'm Matt Alderman, and I hope you search for Business Security Weekly in your favorite podcast catcher and subscribe to download our latest content.
Hi, folks. I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find, talking about the most
Hi, everyone. We are continuing our coverage at the RSA Conference 2024 from Moscone West. I'm Bill Brenner, and I am happy to be here again with my good buddy, Adrian Sanabria, host of Enterprise Security Weekly and principal researcher for the Defense Initiative.
Yep.
So, welcome back.
Thank you.
How's your day going?
It's going pretty good. I'm a little more tired than I wish I was on Monday, but I think I'll make it through the week.
It's hard getting old, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, let's talk about SaaS security.
Yep.
And talk about what specifically it covers and what it doesn't cover.
Yeah.
Because there are folks in the audience who aren't always sure where that line is.
Right, right. Well, I mean, as a difficulty, it's kind of vague and blurred, right? You know, like part of the reason I went with SaaS in the first place is to not worry about doing all this stuff myself, not worry about maintaining software, updating it, you know, all the stuff that SaaS makes more convenient for you. But as SaaS has gotten more complex and bigger and integrated into other SaaS and on-prem stuff, and people started pumping their data into it, it got very complex. There's a lot of ways to screw up with security in SaaS, just like in the cloud. And there just hasn't been a whole lot of attention on it. And that's kind of what I want to draw to with this talk. You know, the name of my talk being 2 Steps Forward for SaaS Adoption.
Yep.
You know, SaaS has exploded. It's actually more revenue in SaaS than there is in cloud, which makes sense because, you know, cloud basically enables this. Most SaaS is built on cloud.
Yep. So why doesn't SaaS get more attention from security teams than perhaps you think?
Yeah, and that's really the question of the talk. So I'm asking that question as much as you are. And I suspect from talking to folks that it's because they've already got so much stuff. They have so many legacy issues that are unsolved that SaaS is something most security leaders are aware is a potential problem, but in their mind, it's a smaller potential problem than some of the other stuff they got. You know, they're still looking at their stuff saying, you know, this can cause a 5-year-old or 10-year-old breach. You know, I need to get this nailed down before I even start thinking about SaaS.
Yeah. Talk to me a bit about how security teams protect SaaS if they're not even aware they're being targeted or attacked.
Yeah, so most SaaS security platforms, and there's kind of a debate over this, right? Like if we go back to the CASB days, you know, before a lot of those companies got acquired and like Netscope turned into a SASE vendor, a lot of the CASB, step one was discovery. You know, it was let's look at your proxy logs, look at your firewall logs, and at least make a list of everything, all the SaaS that your employees are using. And, you know, this time around, it's a little bit different. Some of them are doing that. If you look at, like, nudge security and push security, they are still making a list of all. They're discovering shadow IT as one of the approaches. But some of the others are saying, actually, let's go after the kind of the heart of it, Google Workspace. Most companies are built around Google Workspace or Microsoft 365. Let's start there before we start worrying about the long tail of all these niche SaaS applications being used.
Got it. Now, when is your talk?
It's Thursday, 9:40 a.m. Here in Moscone. I forget the exact room, but here at 9:40.
Upstairs.
Pretty easy to find. Yeah.
Got it. I have to ask the AI question. When it comes to SaaS, is there anything to really connect there?
For SaaS security, I mean, little things maybe, but you know, not a whole lot. A lot of it's A lot of it's configuration management, looking at sharing settings, things like that, looking at trying to figure out the, we don't really need new methods to do any of this. We just need attention and focus on it. If 1% of your users don't have MFA enabled, more or less, if somebody wants to attack you, they can find that 1%. It doesn't matter that the other 99 are, if somebody really wants to target you. So if you have open S3 buckets, for example, again, that goes over more to the CSPM side. And that's another interesting problem is, where's the line between cloud security posture management and SaaS security posture management? There is a little bit of overlap there. So instead of your S3 buckets, it's going to be your share with anyone with the link, Google Drive, OneDrive, almost every, even Notion, almost every application you can pump your company data into makes it easy for employees to share that data.
Now, talk a little bit tell us about the Defenders Initiative.
Yeah.
How it took root.
Yeah.
What the goals are.
Yeah, so this is my own independent thing, and the goal of this is I wanted a name to kind of collect all my research under. So a lot of people know me for my research. There's a common myth that companies go out of business because of cyber attacks. Not true. I mean, it does happen, but it's so extraordinarily rare. It's like maybe 1 or 2 a year. 4 on a crazy year. 4 companies total. And they're all small companies, and that doesn't mean that companies don't get hurt, but it's a rare thing. So that's a myth I've kind of gone after. I've given talks on it, and I do a lot of other research, post-mortem research into breaches, understanding why companies fail, and I needed a brand to kind of house all that work I was doing. So I own the domain names and everything, and eventually that's where I'm going to pull together all the research I've done over the last decade plus and make it available. And really the goal is helping defenders prioritize, at a much higher level than, do we really need all these vendors' products? Do we, what should we be worrying about? And that's fueled by this research into how do breaches actually happen? And a lot of it's companies already had all the products that they needed. They had the people, they had the budget, but everything was misconfigured. Processes were terrible. Nobody was really trained on stuff. Like finding a tiny Java library in a large environment's not an easy problem. If you've never tried to do that before, when a new struts vulnerability, a log4j vulnerability comes out, you're going to be finding out if you can do it for the first time. And most people couldn't. So that kind of stuff, trying to surface that stuff, and just open information to help defenders kind of understand where their focus is best spent, where their time is best spent.
Exciting. So you're doing this by day, host of Enterprise Security Weekly by late afternoon.
We've had special editions of Enterprise Security Weekly that pull this data in. So you've been seeing Defenders Initiative stuff all this time. It just hasn't been branded that. Yeah.
Very good. Well, I'm excited to see you getting this off the ground.
Yeah, thank you.
And, having known you as long as I have, it's great to see you pulling all of this together.
Yeah.
And looking forward to seeing what you do next.
Thank you.
So,
thank you. Appreciate it.
So we'll be back. Before we go, though, just a note to keep following our coverage. You can visit securityweekly.com/RSAC. And we'll be back.
Hi folks, I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find, talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
On Business Security Weekly, each week we address the challenges facing CISOs through our guest interviews, including former and active CISOs. Our news segment is focused on leadership and communications to better help security leaders translate and communicate security risks into business risks. Jason Albuquerque, Ben Carr, Tyler Robinson, and others add their expertise to the conversation. I'm Matt Alderman, and I hope you search for Business Security Weekly in your favorite podcast catcher and subscribe to download our latest content.
Hi folks, I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find, talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
On Business Security Weekly, each week we address the challenges facing CISOs through our guest interviews, including former and active CISOs. Our news segment is focused on leadership and communications to better help security leaders translate and communicate security risks into business risks. Jason Albuquerque, Ben Carr, Tyler Robinson, and others add their expertise to the conversation. I'm Matt Alderman, and I hope you search for Business Security Weekly in your favorite podcast catcher and subscribe to download our latest content.
Hi folks, I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find, talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
On Business Security Weekly, each week we address the challenges facing CISOs through our guest interviews, including former and active CISOs. Our news segment is focused on leadership and communications to better help security leaders translate and communicate security risks into business risks. Jason Albuquerque, Ben Carr, Tyler Robinson, and others add their expertise to the conversation. I'm Matt Alderman, and I hope you search for Business Security Weekly in your favorite podcast catcher and subscribe to download our latest content.
Hi folks, I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find, talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
On Business Security Weekly, each week we address the challenges facing CISOs through our guest interviews, including former and active CISOs. Our news segment is focused on leadership and communications to better help security leaders translate and communicate security risks into business risks. Jason Albuquerque, Ben Carr, Tyler Robinson, and others add their expertise to the conversation. I'm Matt Alderman, and I hope you search for Business Security Weekly in your favorite podcast catcher and subscribe to download our latest content.
Hi, everyone. Hope you're enjoying day one of RSA. I'm Bill Brenner, and I am talking to you again from Broadcast Alley here at Moscone West. And I am joined by Akira Brand. And we had a conversation last night over dinner, and I have a feeling that some dad jokes are going to flow out of this. But, so you are a co-host of Application Security Weekly, which is how I came to know you in the first place. But you're also an AppSec engineer and program creator, and your brand is Akira Brand Consulting.
Yes.
So,
yes, it is.
Welcome.
Thank you for having me. This is joy to be here at RSA. It's my first time, not only my first time speaking, but my first time attending, and I'm just really glad to be here with you guys today.
And we're glad to have you. So we're going to talk about toil, what it's good for, how it applies when it comes to AppSec. And so I'm just going to start and ask, what is toil?
What is toil? What a great question. So
I mean, I know what toil is, but for the audience.
Right, for the audience, what is toil? Toil is colloquially defined as work that is functionally miserable to do, right? It's hard work, especially work that makes you feel physically tired at the end of it. But for the talk I'm giving tomorrow with my co-presenter Jennifer Chaplesky, we are talking about toil as how the Google SRE team defined it in 2016 in their book, in their publication Eliminating Toil with SRE Teams. So toil in this context is a little different. Toil is work that is functionally manual, repetitive, automatable, interrupt-driven, and at the end of the day, it's any work that you do on a production system or service that doesn't
toiling away.
Toiling away. Any work that you do on a system or service that doesn't make it better, once you're done working on it, that can be classified as toil.
Sometimes it is exactly what it sounds like.
Yeah, exactly so. It's not a mystery.
So talk about, this is the why should I care question.
Totally.
So, there's a human quality of life cost. There are severe business consequences.
Yes.
If not handled with care.
Yes.
And so, just kind of talk through.
Yeah. So
The
why
nooks and
should you
crannies of it.
care about toil, and why should you spend time, money, and resources addressing it? There's two main big reasons. The first reason is that there is a severe cost to the human element, right? No one likes doing toil. And unfortunately, in a lot of organizations, the toil can pile and pile and pile. So if you're spending the majority of your time doing toily work, your job function is going to functionally just be miserable at the end of the day, right? Also, something we discovered in our research for this talk is that when you have humans that are functionally focusing only on toil, the people that affects most is your high performers. So maybe the lower mid performers aren't going to be as affected, but the high performers really want to be doing work that is important to them. They want to be doing that engineering work. They want to be doing that real research. They don't want to be doing stuff that they really shouldn't be doing. And you're going to have turnover. So you're going to actually lose a lot of your best talent if the work that they're doing is toily, as it were. Second off, there's a severe business consequence to having toil. In our research, we found that we could save our prospective companies thousands upon thousands of dollars by automating processes that should be automated that maybe you didn't see as automatable, or by reducing the amount of noise that happens around toily endeavors. So, for example, a business example I give in my talk tomorrow, I saved my company upwards of $40,000 by addressing one single toil, which come to the talk tomorrow and you'll learn all about that. But also my colleague saved up her company upwards of $500,000 functionally addressing toily work. So there is a severe business consequence, and toil is not something that only applies in times of peace and prosperity. It also is really important, especially now with the conflict going on in the world and what's going on with our economy and whatnot. Companies are looking to save money, and a great place for them to start, aside from just cutting staff or doing all the regular things that maybe aren't as necessarily productive, is looking at where are they toiling and where are they just throwing dollars away. So, yeah.
Now, for the past few minutes, we've been talking about the research.
About what?
About research.
Yes.
But I neglected to ask about what the methodology of the research.
Sure.
So talk through that.
I have this, every time I give a talk, I try to focus on an area of my own life, my own professional life, that is causing me a lot of pain, and functionally fixing that pain and then talking about it. So the way that I researched this was I just looked at where in my job was I miserable, right? In my last full-time job, I was the only AppSec engineer. It was my first time being the first and only AppSec engineer on a team. And I really had to optimize my own workflows and processes. Otherwise, I was gonna burn out. It was gonna be miserable. So the way that I researched it is I tried to create a process for addressing the toil once I identified it. And at the talk tomorrow, we're gonna talk a lot more about the process in depth. But functionally, there's 4 stages. First one is to identify. Second is to measure. Third is to decide what to do about it. And then the fourth, of course, is to implement and iterate over that.
There's kind of an OODA loop quality to it.
I'm not sure what you mean by OODA loop.
It's, to the audience, Google it. It's
just Google it.
It's military. It's about situational awareness.
Ah.
And knowing your situation, analyzing it, taking the right action.
And what I'll say, Bill, is that toil is insidious, right? Like, it hides in plain sight. And if your team is kind of operating at max capacity, they don't see toil as toil. They just see it as part of their jobs that they probably have a really hard time doing. And that's why it's so important to take time to actually analyze, to identify it, to decide if it's expensive enough to do anything about. And tomorrow, again, we're going to talk a little bit more about how to apply some methodologies around deciding what to do. So, yeah.
Now, before I forget.
Yes.
When and where for your talk?
Oh, tomorrow at 2:35 at Moscone West.
Upstairs?
Room 3014.
3014.
Yes.
Wow. Did you memorize that?
I did. I'm very good.
Yeah, what's interesting to me about this topic is we talk about toil as people do it because they're like, well, it's my job.
Mm-hmm.
But in the process of toiling, it can become a mental health problem.
Yes.
For a security practitioner.
Yes.
Especially if you're dealing with applications.
Yes.
And so I'm just wondering how much thought on that.
I have lots of thoughts on that. Actually, the main story that I won't spoil today, that I'm telling at my talk tomorrow, has to do with like improving my own mental health through identifying toil. Functionally, I'll refer to a bit of actual research that was not us. There was an article published in the Journal of Clinical Psychology last year talking about burnout. And the TLDR of that article is that the root cause of burnout at work is that people want to feel like what they're working on is important, not only to the organization, but also to them. Toil is not important. There's nothing you can do to make it important to yourself. It's just not a good time. Now, that's not to say that all toil is something that people can't stand doing. Of course, we can stand it. We have to do it. But it doesn't improve the quality of the work. It doesn't improve the quality of life. And that can really take a big toll on especially people in application security like myself, where you are outnumbered like 300 to 1 sometimes by software developers. You have so much work. You are constantly on the defensive of attacks and problems. And if you're spending your work doing things that really isn't meaningful or isn't moving that mission forward, you're going to be spinning your wheels and you're going to be pretty miserable at the end of the day. So,
Well, I look forward to seeing the talk.
Yeah.
And good to be with you in this forum.
Yes.
So we'll be back. And just a reminder to the audience that to follow our ongoing coverage here at RSA, you can visit securityweekly.com/RSAC. And we'll be back.
Hi, folks.
I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find, talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
On Business Security Weekly, each week we address the challenges facing CISOs through our guest interviews, including former and active CISOs. Our news segment is focused on leadership and communications to better help security leaders translate and communicate security risks into business risks. Jason Albuquerque, Ben Carr, Tyler Robinson, and others add their expertise to the conversation. I'm Matt Alderman, and I hope you search for Business Security Weekly in your favorite podcast catcher and subscribe to download our latest content.
Hi folks, I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find, talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
On Business Security Weekly, each week we address the challenges facing CISOs through our guest interviews, including former and active CISOs. Our news segment is focused on leadership and communications to better help security leaders translate and communicate security risks into business risks. Jason Albuquerque, Ben Carr, Tyler Robinson, and others add their expertise to the conversation. I'm Matt Alderman, and I hope you search for Business Security Weekly in your favorite podcast catcher and subscribe to download our latest content.
Hi folks, I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find, talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
On Business Security Weekly, each week we address the challenges facing CISOs through our guest interviews, including former and active CISOs. Our news segment is focused on leadership and communications to better help security leaders translate and communicate security risks into business risks. Jason Albuquerque, Ben Carr, Tyler Robinson, and others add their expertise to the conversation. I'm Matt Alderman, and I hope you search for Business Security Weekly in your favorite podcast catcher and subscribe to download our latest content.
Welcome to RSA Conference 2024. We're here in Broadcast Alley in Moscone West. We're broadcasting live. This interview is sponsored by Vector AI. I am your host, Matt Alderman, and joining me for this interview segment is Oliver Tavakoli, Chief Technology Officer at Vector AI. Welcome, Oliver.
Hi, Matt. Glad to be here.
So we're going to talk two interesting terms to me, right? XDR was the term, about 2 years ago.
Yeah.
It was all about extended detection and response. XDR was like this big term. The last year, it's been all about AI, as you know. So before we get into the AI components, I think let's level set on what is XDR. I've seen various definitions of XDR. Everybody kind of has their variation of it. So let's get the audience up to speed first. And how do you define XDR at Vector AI?
Yeah, I think generally most vendors, start from wherever they happen to be, and then they define XDR with that having kind of an outsized part of the story. So I kind of view it as you have a bunch of attack surface, and over the past 10 years, that attack surface has kind of exploded, right? It used to just be your network, your endpoints. Now, basically, you've got the cloud, you've got SaaS applications, you've got identity that used to be under lock and key and is now federated out to Kingdom Come. And so ultimately, the question really is, how do you get signal that gives you an indicator of an attack across these various attack surfaces that you have? And how do you then end up aggregating that together and coalescing that into some story where you can actually act in near real time to recognize something, stop it from doing you actual harm? And so there's a little bit of SIM in there, there's a little bit of SOAR in there, there's a lot of DR in there.
Yes.
And that's roughly, I think what I tend to think of as XDR, rather than starting with any particular attack surface as a first order.
Do you also include the endpoint from an endpoint detection response? Right, because this was one of the debates a couple of years ago.
I mean, certainly
endpoint
endpoint is a meaningful surface, and hardly any business would not have some form of endpoint protection. But we also live in a world today where lots of attacks can be carried out without an endpoint ever being compromised.
Yeah.
You can steal someone's identity, you can go into the cloud, and EDR has really no play in that scenario. So a notion of an over-rotating XDR onto EDR in the age that we live in, I think is also kind of like really weird. So we tend to think of it as like there are really 5 major attack surfaces. You have endpoint, you have network, you have identity, you have basically kind of your SaaS applications, the key SaaS applications that you care about, and your public clouds. And that's roughly, those are the 5 attack surfaces at a course level that you need some visibility into. Now, exactly which clouds, which SaaS applications will vary from business to business. Which identity platform you're using will vary from business to business. But those are really the 5 key things that you've got to kind of coalesce together.
They happen to be roughly the same 5 key pillars of Zero Trust, by the way.
Agreed.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, the other layer in there is data, right? Because that's the ultimate layer that you're trying to protect.
Absolutely.
But it is, I mean, it is the pillars of a Zero Trust strategy. And so when you think about how do things like Zero Trust and XDR play together, right? Zero Trust is a principle of kind of trust and verify. XDR is kind of the detect, respond, and verify piece.
Well, I mean, I think when we've talked to like different SASE vendors or SSE vendors, right?
Yeah.
They generally say, okay, look, we have our own mechanism to detect nefarious doings. We have mechanisms to enforce our will, because we have proxies and ZTNA and all these other various pieces. So we can clamp down on something and remove access if we desire to. But we don't really have visibility deep into these environments.
Right.
And so when we talk to them about integration, it's really about giving them a back channel feed into their system so they can then decide, oh, we're going to do browser isolation for this one, we're going to re-authenticate for this one. So I think these are, I view a lot of Zero Trust, the majority of Zero Trust is really around more preventive, around coming up with more granular policy constructs to kind of limit the blast radius of things.
Yep.
Where XDR is much more about finding those deep attacks and then feeding that back into a system that can actually take action to prevent harm.
Right. So prevention, detection, response.
Yeah.
Now, this is really interesting foundational data because if you think about playing those data together, I think this is where the opportunity for artificial intelligence comes into the mix. Because you just described it, right? Think of the Zero Trust vendors on the prevention side setting policy, detection response, kind of feeding that system. But that sounds like a kind of a artificial intelligence, machine learning kind of model to do better prevention.
It's a cognitive model. Again, I think machine learning implies we've got a lot of, I don't know, a lot of like labeled data sets, and we're training kind of good versus bad. I think it needs to be more malleable than that. But I think fundamentally what you're talking about is what's historically been hard. What's been easy has been to go create playbooks around one signal in isolation.
Right.
When this happens, go do this. When this happens, go do this. But we also kind of all intuitively understand that it's a collection of signals over some quantum of time that tell a story about the intention, about the type of attacker, about the sophistication of the attacker.
Right.
And so this is, I think, the challenge is how do you build these narratives, right? How do you stitch the world together,
right,
first of all, because these identities manifest themselves in different ways in these different realms. How do you aggregate all of this stuff so that one attack can be a storyline? And then how do you look at that and decide, okay, is this going to kill me or not? And do I need to take action, and how urgently do I need to take action?
Right.
So that's absolutely an element there of data science, of cognitive stuff that you need to put in. But I think there's the flip side of, one of the things you look at in Gen AI applied just directly to the problem. We know it hallucinates. Everybody knows it hallucinates. Right. And so I don't think I think the last thing you would want is a system watching over you that hallucinates and maybe
tells
makes
you
decisions.
To do the wrong thing. Or makes the wrong decision.
Makes the wrong decision, but it also, given the same data, will make different decisions each time.
Right.
And so you want a degree of predictability. So it's not as simple as just like, hey, put Gen AI to the problem. You're going to have some countervailing, rule-based systems that interact with the Gen AI and ultimately kind of come to a better conclusion.
Yeah, we learned this, 15, 20 years ago, intrusion prevention systems, right? We never put them in prevent mode.
Yeah.
Why? Because nobody wanted them to shut anything down. We have some of the same potential challenges with generative AI if it's making decisions and we don't know that we trust those decisions.
Yeah.
So how do we start to augment this, Oliver? Like if we think about what are the, because everybody's talking about generative AI and how it's going to solve the cybersecurity problem. I'm not convinced of that 100% yet, right? I'm not. I know what it's good for right now. It's good at creating content. It's good at identifying images. I think eventually it can be trained to learn around specific data sets and looking for some of the needles in the haystack. But are we going to turn the controls over to a system like that, right?
No.
Which means we don't solve the human element of cybersecurity anytime soon, right?
I think the best way to view it is it's a tool, it's a multi-talented tool that can help automate a lot of stuff that is hard otherwise.
Right.
Starting at the very front end, for analysts, I mean, you look at things like Microsoft Security Copilot, you look at Charlotte AI and other things like that, the notion of you can speak to it in your language rather than needing to meet it at a technical level at its language. Right. So there's that. There is the ability to kind of take and collect a lot of different information and distill it down to what matters, what doesn't matter. Now, we're not quite sure yet whether it'll correctly distill that down.
Yeah.
Will it just come up with a good story, or will it come up with a story that actually an analyst would come up with? So I think there's work to be done there. But I think what needs to happen over time is, I think, to start with, you need to basically, the way we kind of think about it is, you take a case and you want to investigate it. To begin with, we have to do an investigation that when shown to a Tier 3 analyst, the Tier 3 analyst would say, yeah, that's actually pretty good. Then we have to draw a conclusion that matches up with the Tier 3 analyst. Then we have to come up with a recommendation of the action we would take as a result of that. And only once we've gone through that step and proven ourselves right within certain thresholds, within certain realms, will basically people say, okay, for that part of the attack space, because speed is of the essence, automate the response. And I think, so it's going to be a journey.
Yes.
And for us, I mean, we were doing a lot of AI before Gen AI, right? So, I mean, we kind of view the variety of systems from neural nets to traditional machine learning through combinations of different things that you kind of put together. Gen AI is the latest and has kind of like blotted out the sun right now. But I think it has a certain capability where it can actually revolutionize certain things. Like on the investigative side, if you think about it, it's like if you're an analyst, then you search for an IOC and then you find a blog, and then you go read the blog, and then you grok out of the blog what the blog is saying about that IOC, and then you kind of bring it back. It's like, well, that LLMs can actually do a pretty good job of, here, go read this blog for me and tell me what this thing is. So there are elements of the task of an analyst that can definitely be automated, both on the front end, where you have the analyst expressing in natural language into the system what they want, and on the back end, where you deal with the long tail of diaspora of information and trying to kind of understand it and bring it back. And so it's that middle cognitive piece that needs work, right? It's like, now that you've collected all this information, how do you make heads or tails out of it?
Right. It does a pretty good job of summarizing data, I think, as well. You can give it lots of inputs and let it kind of analyze that data, and comes back out and can make some, I think, interesting recommendations or suggestions, or rudimentary.
So did HAL 9000, though, right?
That's true. It's true.
They were right most of the time.
Yeah, most of the time. But again, it's not enough
to
actually automate the playbook yet. And I think that's still the leap. It's great to hand it to somebody.
It can write the playbook for you.
It could write the playbook.
And you could look at the playbook and go, yeah, that's right.
That
or you
makes
could
sense.
say, I don't like that, right? So it can author. I mean, that's traditional Gen AI, right? Author for me the playbook.
Validate it.
Yeah,
make sure
validate
it's right,
this. Or
but don't
pressure
automate
test.
it yet.
Pressure test. Like, let's say I have this incident. Tell me why I should be worried, and tell me why I should discount this entirely. Like, give me the two theories, the point and counterpoint theory.
Right.
So, like, lots of interesting things it can do, and over time we'll see whether either the LLMs, the kind of generic run-of-the-mill LLMs will do a great job on cybersecurity, whether you get more specialized cybersecurity-oriented LLMs. There was talk last year of Google doing one for their cybersecurity kind of related one. But that'll be kind of the interesting question is, will there be enough depth of cybersecurity knowledge in the training set for these LLMs? Do you need to basically overcompensate for that to get to an LLM that'll make a better decision on the cybersecurity side?
So where does vector AI go in this space? Like, what are the tangible things that you're doing to bring to your clients that are leveraging some of this that we talked about to help them be better from a detection response perspective?
Yeah, so I mean, we started on the network, so we initially kind of extract a signal out of there. And then as our customers went into, took their identity and put it out on the internet, okay, now we're doing ITDR. Okay, now we're doing SaaS, particularly around Microsoft 365, which became kind of like the place to attack and steal stuff from. And then public clouds. At this point, we're doing basically both AWS and Azure and GCP to come. So we provide those 4 of the 5 signals. We've already had strong integrations with EDRs, and now we're in the process of kind of pulling in that signal as kind of our fifth leg in the 5-legged stool. And so the goal then is, can we stitch, aggregate, put this stuff together, and then really surround it with the appropriate set of Gen AI. I think there's another interesting problem that I think we foresee, and that a number of people are foreseeing in this space. As Gen AI plays out, it will itself become an attack surface.
Right.
And
we're
we've
already
seen this,
starting to see that play out.
We've seen this to some degree, but largely when you look at reports from Microsoft and OpenAI and others, attackers are simply using them as a productivity enhancer, right?
Yeah,
now.
they're
not
creating
attacking
evil versions of the LLMs and using them to create malware.
Right, but they're not actually attacking your production LLM. But clearly, if you look at where WAFs went, and if you think about WAFs from your AppSec days, right, you think about like a structured protocol like HTTP and HTML and all this stuff. Right. Now imagine something like that, this black box, but it's any language element can come in, transform in any way, and then go to a plugin on the back side. You can imagine injection attacks. Yeah. Obviously, you've seen already guardrail breakage and other kinds of things like that. So that's going to be the other hot mess that will emerge over time, which is not unique to a particular place, but as people deploy LLMs for all these internal connectors, they will themselves kind of become an attack surface. And you can see a little bit of this already, kind of like Cloudflare has an LLM firewall for your internet-facing chatbot. But my big concern is actually internally, businesses will begin to lash up a whole bunch of things, Salesforce, this quoting system, other kinds of things like this, to be kind of facing to their employees this chatbot that as a productivity enhancer.
Right.
When I steal the identity of one employee there and have now entitlement to that chatbot, what can I do?
Yeah. And that's why I'm not interested in the chatbot use case as much as I am in more the automation kind of story. So, Oliver, this was a great interview segment. Thank you so much for joining me.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, everyone, for watching. Please visit securityweekly.com/Vectra, RSAC, and you can watch all the videos at securityweekly.com/RSAC. Stay tuned. We have more interviews to come.
Hi folks, I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find, talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all of the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
On Business Security Weekly, each week we address the challenges facing CISOs through our guest interviews, including former and active CISOs. Our news segment is focused on leadership and communications to better help security leaders translate and communicate security risks into business risks. Jason Albuquerque, Ben Carr, Tyler Robinson, and others add their expertise to the conversation. I'm Matt Alderman, and I hope you search for Business Security Weekly in your favorite podcast catcher and subscribe to download our latest content.
I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find, talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
On Business Security Weekly, each week we address the challenges facing CISOs through our guest interviews, including former and active CISOs. Our news segment is focused on leadership and communications to better help security leaders translate and communicate security risks into business risks. Jason Albuquerque, Ben Carr, Tyler Robinson, and others add their expertise to the conversation. I'm Matt Alderman, and I hope you search for Business Security Weekly in your favorite podcast catcher and subscribe to download our latest content.
Hi folks, I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find, talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
On Business Security Weekly, each week we address the challenges facing CISOs through our guest interviews, including former and active CISOs. Our news segment is focused on leadership and communications to better help security leaders translate and communicate security risks into business risks. Jason Albuquerque, Ben Carr, Tyler Robinson, and others add their expertise to the conversation. I'm Matt Alderman, and I hope you search for Business Security Weekly in your favorite podcast catcher and subscribe to download our latest content.
Hi folks, I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find, talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
And we're here at RSA Conference 2024 in Moscone West, Broadcast Alley. I'm Jeff Mann, co-host of Paul's Security Weekly, and I'm super excited for this next conversation. I'd like to introduce Lynn Marks. She's a senior product manager at a company called Imperva, and for I think the first time ever, PCI is actually the topic for one of these interviews. So Lynn, welcome to RSA.
Thank you very much. I'm very excited to be here.
Tell us a little bit about yourself, Lynn.
Yeah, so I've been in cybersecurity for around 8 years.
Okay.
And my focus points now are both client-side attacks, so protecting against mage card attacks, as well as from bot attacks.
Okay.
So really fun areas where you're seeing a lot of development in. And Imperva, where I work, they really protect companies' data and all paths to it, both protecting from the application side and from the data side as well.
Great. So let's jump into it. Client-side attacks. What's that?
So there are lots of different types of client-side attacks, but specifically what we focus on preventing are called mage cart attacks.
Okay.
So as more and more code and functionality is being added to the client side, there is more risk that attackers might want to leverage the client side in order to steal that really sensitive and valuable data.
Right.
So what they've been doing is they either inject malicious JavaScript or they compromise existing JavaScript that's already in the client side in order to be able to tell the data that when the customer enters in their credit card information, let's say into the payment form, it not only sends it to the correct server where it's supposed to go, but it also sends it to the attacker's server as well. So it's literally data theft where it's one record at a time as the consumers continue to use the applications.
Right. Yeah, and that's becoming a thing now, isn't it?
Definitely. We've definitely seen a larger rise in the last 5 years. We're definitely seeing more publications talking about it, especially as more privacy compliance frameworks are being delivered by different countries and states.
Right.
And now I'm sure that we'll hear even more about it with PCI adding some new requirements that are specifically related to preventing script skimming.
Right. So to catch everybody up, PCI, the data security standard involved with credit card processing, payment card processing, which has actually been around for 20 years now, came out with a new version of the standard, version 4, which became effective a month ago. And there are 2 new requirements in the standard that are specifically related to client-side scripts that are found in just about every web browser these days. Client-side scripts are there to speed up the process, speed up the user experience, and it's kind of a big deal for PCI. One of the things that I've noticed is the fact that there's actually vendors that actually want to talk about PCI and have something that's focused for meeting an actual PCI requirement, which I've been doing this a long time, is relatively rare. So why did Imperva try to decide to go after this? Why did they decide to focus it? How is it that you're interested in PCI? I kind of want to know.
Well, so we originally wanted to look at the client-side attacks just from a security perspective.
Okay.
We launched client-side protection, which is our product to help defend against this back in 2020, because we saw that there was a trend of more and more attacks. And we wanted to provide our customers with a way to prevent mage card attacks. With really the basic thing that you need to do is get rid of the client-side blind spot, which is so many security practitioners don't even know what are the different resources that are executing on their client side.
Right.
So really the first thing you need to do is bring them that visibility that not only gives it to them like a one-time aggregated list, but you also need to be able to keep on updating it as the client side changes.
Right.
And then once PCI was coming up with the new version, we realized, we now can provide our customers with value not only from the security perspective, but also help them from the compliance side as well.
Right. So the 2 new requirements in PCI, because they're new requirements, clients have a grace period of 1 year to implement whatever they can do. And I'm a qualified security assessor by day, so I'm a QSA. And when we first started noticing these new requirements, the team that I work with, we started scratching our heads saying, what are we going to recommend to our clients? Because we're not aware of anybody that's really focused on this. I started going out, talking to a lot of vendors, RSA, Black Hat, a lot of talk about protecting websites, secure web development, all the usual stuff in PCI. But then I asked, what are you guys doing on the client side? And I got a lot of blank stares, frankly. So it's really exciting that you guys are doing it. I don't know if we need to bore the audience with the details of the numbers of the requirement, but what the heck. One of the requirements is 6.4.3.
Yes.
What are you guys exactly doing? What is that requirement? And what are you guys doing exactly to meet that? And especially for clients, you should be listening if you're doing PCI. What is how do they need to get in touch with Imperva to make sure that they're ready once this rule becomes effective?
Yes. So 643 is all about making sure that customers actually have an aggregated list of everything that's executing on the client side. So it's telling them that they need to authorize all of the scripts. So they, have to manually show that they've approved each one of them.
Right.
They have to have a written justification, and they have to make sure that there's integrity in the detection for the payment page.
Gotcha.
So of course, with all the visibility that our tool was already able to provide, it was a very easy switch for us to just show, let's say, a couple pieces of information and be able to provide our customers with that ability to get the visibility, the authorizing, and understand if the scripts are changing or not.
Okay, great. And then the second requirement, 11.6.1, I'll let you explain it.
Yeah, so that's all about having a tamper-proof and detection-proof mechanism that says that you need to be alerted about different types of resources that are executing on the client side, and also make sure that you're alerted and making these changes at least every 7 days, or as often as your organization says is accurate for your own team.
Right.
So really what organizations need to make sure that they do is that they have a tool that, of course, cannot be tampered with, cannot be removed by attackers trying to remove it, and make sure that they have a robust alerting system in place so that they can know when new things, new resources, new scripts are being added, as well as new headers, which are specifically called out, and then be able to go and authorize them so that when they do have their PCI audit, they'll be able to say, hey, you can see that everything has already been authorized. There's nothing else that is still waiting to be reviewed.
Okay. So hopefully this is not a curveball question for you, but I'm curious what you guys are seeing from your perspective. I have lots of clients that over the years have very painfully tried to, let's say, meet PCI by outsourcing. First it was the payment page, then it was the web hosting. Very often now it's the web development itself. It's all moved over to third parties, and the merchants think that they're good. I'm sure you're seeing that in some respect. What's the sweet spot for Imperva in terms of either talking to the merchants or the hosting providers or the web development providers, the payment pages? Where are you guys seeing the most traction and the best place to put Imperva?
Well, I actually think that there's a misconception where customers believe that if they do offload their payment service provider to third party, they believe that they don't need to comply with these specific requirements. But that is actually, a misconception, and you do actually still need to comply with these two requirements that we just mentioned, because there might be, let's say, other scripts or other types of resources that are living on your payment page that could be trying to interact with maybe the iframe that lives in there.
Right.
So I would say that every organization that has a payment page, whether you're developing your own payment processing or you're using someone from third party, you should definitely still acquaint yourself with these new PCI requirements and make sure that during your next audit prep, you are having these resources looked at and starting to authorize all of these scripts.
Great. One other question I have, we focused on the new things that Imperva can do for you. But before that came along, what does Imperva do for you if you're a merchant or if you're somebody that has an e-commerce site?
Yeah, so Imperva, we provide a lot of really great value, especially for e-commerce sites. All the way from the WAF, DDoS protection if you're having a big on sale, a waiting room for those big on sales, and then of course for me one of my favorite products because I'm biased, the bot protection that we have, which is able to protect not only the customers and applications that come to us, but also the real end users that are actually trying to interact with the websites, and we're able to provide them with a safe and more fair internet experience. So it's I believe it's a company that's really doing a lot of good, protecting companies and the end users themselves.
That sounds great. And you mentioned WAF, which it's worth mentioning that WAF up until version 4.0 was sort of a either or optional protection for websites. You could either do that or do some sort of security testing. But even WAFs are now going to be required after this 1-year grace period. So it's not really a new requirement, but it's certainly a tweaked requirement, which I'm sure Imperva is aware of. Are these things all component parts that you sort of like a la carte buy into, or you get Imperva and you get all of it?
So for customers that need different features or to solve different problems, we have different bundles, so you can either buy that or you can buy the most basic WAF and then add-ons if you don't want to buy an entire bundle. So it's really flexible for whatever problems our customers are trying to solve.
Super. We've got just a few minutes left. I'll sort of open the floor to you if there's any other things that you want to cover, make sure that you're emphasizing, now's your chance.
Yeah, I mean, for everyone out there who's actually building the websites or protecting the websites, just really make sure that you are pinpointing where are these payment sites or where else is sensitive data being entered. Because we've been talking about this from the PCI perspective, but of course we also want to prevent general data theft because it could be your password information that you don't want to have go out. So make sure that you figure out where are the sensitive forms where customers are working there. Really get that visibility and that consistent visibility, and start having a better understanding of what are the resources that are supposed to be there and not. Because if you don't know what you're supposed to protect, you can't properly secure it.
I'm a little taken aback that you said there's something other than PCI, but that's just because of my bias, having done PCI for 20 years. Really exciting talking to you today. Really excited to get to hear about Imperva. Like I said, I'm excited that there's companies that are actually finally paying attention to the PCI requirements. Not that you weren't before, but walk the floor at RSA and mention PCI, and most people are like, flip to the page, compliance, here's what I'm supposed to say about
Or they
compliance.
might fall asleep.
Or that too. Or they actually turn and run away. But that was our PCI talk for today. Lynn, thank you so much for joining us and having a conversation. If you want to learn more about Imperva and what they do to help you protect websites, protect sensitive information, especially PCI data, go to securityweekly.com/Imperva, RSAC. I want to thank you again. Enjoy the rest of your show. Enjoy the beautiful day out here. And we'll be back shortly with the next interview.
Thank you.
Hi folks, I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find, talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
On Business Security Weekly, each week we address the challenges facing CISOs through our guest interviews, including former and active CISOs. Our news segment is focused on leadership and communications to better help security leaders translate and communicate security risks into business risks. Jason Albuquerque, Ben Carr, Tyler Robinson, and others add their expertise to the conversation. I'm Matt Alderman, and I hope you search for Business Security Weekly in your favorite podcast catcher and subscribe to download our latest content.
Hi folks, I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find, talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for
Hold on a sec. Well, welcome back, everybody, to our continuing coverage from RSA Conference 2024. This interview is sponsored by PICUS, and I am your host, Bill Brenner. And I am pleased to be joined here in Broadcast Alley by Volkan Erturk, co-founder and CTO of PICUS. Welcome.
Hi, Bill. Nice to meet you.
So tell me about PICUS Security and where your focus is.
Sure. We are a security validation company. We make risk visible and actionable for the organizations. We are a pioneer in breach attack simulation, and we are well known with that. In time, we extended our offering to pen test automation, and we are a leading player in that space too. And now we are extending our offerings to exposure management, which we can talk if it is interested to dig in the coming minutes.
Very good. So talk about the main challenges as you see it when it comes to what customers are battling, the big challenges that they're coming to you for to get over the hump. And, is there more focus on exposure today, or are we reaching a new...
Yeah, sure. So the real challenge we see in the market is identifying the real security posture. What's my posture? Or in other words, how secure I am? It's an easy question to ask, but it's really hard to answer. Or is it a hard question? Maybe the audience who is listening us can say like, hey, I have an answer. I have a really mature vulnerability management program. So I have metrics and I have a posture from my vulnerability point of view. Then I will gonna go and say like, okay, pick your top 3 security vendor. Let's assume that you take them out of your infrastructure. Then tell me what's your vulnerability management metrics look like. Same. Okay, is it really your ultimate posture view in that case? And we have a similar problem in the cloud posture. So we have cloud posture management tools reporting about that. And like we are coming from breach and attack simulation, and also that control effectiveness metrics are also giving a picture. So the biggest problem for the security leaders today is that they have multiple dashboards, they have multiple metrics, and they need to really synthesize that data and really try to build something out to their board and to lead their teams too, which makes it super complicated. It's not easy. So I believe the real question is how we can make an action on that and how we can unify that isolated islands of data. And at that point, I believe that Gartner and Forrester did a good job with the CTEM and with the proactive security approach. They define an end-to-end journey. So it's not really focusing on isolated, here is the product, here is what it's doing, or here's the other product, here is the reports from that. But they just paint the whole picture, whole journey. That really helps the organizations to see that, okay, now I need to really look into this as an end-to-end journey, and this is how I can really build my real security posture.
Now, let's talk about what this means from the perspective of a security leader. So if you're a CISO, for example, talk about how you're helping them solve the problems at that level.
Yeah, sure. Let's look into what it means for the security leaders. First of all, with that, starting the journey from how this can be done end to end, our view is that definitely this needs to be not islands of information, but everything has to be linked together. So the security assessments and the validation and the customer context needs to get together. If you really build a unified console, that really helps security leaders to have a security insights and metrics that really they can take action on, and they can bat and report to the management team. That is how we see this will help them get value from that. And how we do that, I'm not a marketer, so maybe I can talk about what we do about that one. It will give a better information for the audience. So I believe we believe that there are three important ingredients for that: security controls, threat intel, and the vulnerabilities. Security controls is where we born and really we have a mode, which means like we born in breach attack simulation, we extended in pen test automation, and in time we add the cloud assessments and CMedia assessments. So we really cover that surface end to end. That's about security controls. On the vulnerable side, I believe that vulnerability market is highly matured. So there are good players to do all the vulnerability assessments. So our view into that, we don't want to discover the wheel again, but what we want to do is integrate with the other players and pull that vulnerability data into our platform. And the last piece is the threat intel. Definitely there are great open source CTI feeds out there and lots of premium vendors doing that. So that's the third ingredient that makes a picture. And how we make that together is our secret sauce. We put everything on a knowledge graph, and on top of that, boom, we really make all the metrics and analytics possible. So we are talking about exposure prioritization, we are talking about exposure paths, we are talking about risk dashboard, we are talking about Numi AI, our AI analyst we recently announced. So these all are the different interfaces for the security teams and the security leadership.
Now, can you talk a bit about how what you do aligns with the MITRE framework?
Sure. So with our attack simulations, we do a lot of attack simulations to help organizations understand where they stand in terms of MITRE attack. And we feed this data, we can feed this data to multiple providers, for example, exporting it to MITRE Navigator. And good number of our partners can pull this data to their stack. And for the information we pull from the other vendors, we also correlate them through MITRE attack. So it's like a cornerstone for us that we translate information from one avenue or from one island to another island. I hope that it does make sense.
Yeah, it does. To me, it does. So how do you interpret the evolution going on in the space today around exposure management? So, you know, we see it being called a variety of different things today.
About the how it is changing, I can say that it's a journey. So initially, everyone is looking into how I can really cover it end to end, which I believe is not the right approach. Our strategy is being an open platform. We want to collaborate with other vendors. We have more than 30 Tech Alliance partnerships, and our view into is how we can share our data so they can do their job better, how we can consume their data so that we can do our job better, which is making risk more viable and actionable for the security teams. So that is how we will look into that. The transformation and how it will gonna change is people trying to digest that, how that security assessment and validation journey will be interconnected. So with our ASM product, attack surface management product, we are trying to link those words together with the other functionalities I mentioned to you. And I believe AI is also playing a significant role there, which is really with the putting all the data together. The contextualization is coming from the exposure paths and the knowledge graphs. So I believe that's a long journey, but it will be a fruitful journey for the organizations and for the market.
Well, terrific. Well, and let me ask, do you have a booth here this year?
Yes, that's right. We have a booth on the North Expo.
Okay, great. So catch them on the North Expo. And to learn more about PICUS, you can visit us at securityweekly.com/PICUS RSAC. And we will be back.
folks. I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find, talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
On Business Security Weekly, each week we address the challenges facing CISOs through our guest interviews, including former and active CISOs. Our news segment is focused on leadership and communications to better help security leaders translate and communicate security risks into business risks. Jason Albuquerque, Ben Carr, Tyler Robinson, and others add their expertise to the conversation. I'm Matt Alderman, and I hope you search for Business Security Weekly in your favorite podcast catcher and subscribe to download our latest content.
Hi folks, I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find, talking about the most...
Welcome back, everyone. I'm Bill Brenner with CyberRisk Alliance, and we are continuing our coverage from Broadcast Alley in Moscone Center West of RSA Conference 2024. And I'm delighted to be here with Dr. Valerie Lyons Chief Operations Officer and Director at BH Consulting. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
So we're going to talk about privacy leadership that gets results. Particularly, we're going to talk about the Privacy Leader Compass. And you've done a lot of work with our colleague, Todd Fitzgerald. So let's go through it. So I note that when I look at your background, it's really this combination of cybersecurity and privacy. So how did this help, if it did at all, when writing the book?
Oh, it absolutely did help. I call myself the human version of ISO 27001. So I have a privacy extension. But when we wrote the book was very much about privacy leadership, but it's very hard to disconnect privacy leadership from cybersecurity. I think that cybersecurity professionals need to understand privacy, and privacy professionals need to understand cybersecurity. And we've seen that actually in an awful lot of sort of more recent restructuring of public departments, like New York City, for instance, has restructured its entire department so that it has a focus on trust rather than siloed privacy or cybersecurity. So we see it all blending. When we were writing the book, myself and Todd is the cybersecurity with a privacy extension. I have more privacy because of my PhD. Obviously, that's a kind of key part in my understanding of privacy. But I have 15 years as CISO, so that gives me the cybersecurity background. But the Privacy Leader Compass was very focused on privacy rather than cybersecurity, and at the same time, there are measures that we cover that are very cybersecurity-based measures. So it's not completely absent from the book. I think more in my workspace, I would have the combination of the two and use those daily. But in the book, probably more the privacy element comes through.
So can you talk about what the 7S model, how it's applied to privacy leadership and what that means?
Sure. So I'm half an academic, I suppose is the best way to describe me. I've spent a lot of my life in universities doing PhD. I've also been working for many years in cybersecurity and in privacy, so I have a bit of both. In academia, we tend to look for, I suppose you could call them structures or theories in one discipline and apply them in another discipline. So we picked a discipline which was an organizational discipline. The 7S model was a model developed for organizational effectiveness. McKinsey created the model and they applied the model just to look at organizational effectiveness. So we applied the model to privacy by looking at privacy as an organization within an organization. So the 7S's that McKinsey identified for their 7S model of organizational privacy were look at the structures within the organization, look at the skills, look at the style of leadership that's in the organization, look at the shared values, look at the strategy. So there's a number of different S's that they said you need to look at, and then you would know that something would be, an organization would be effective if you addressed each of those S's in a particular order. So we simply applied those S's in the context of privacy. So, you know, what are the skills that you need to be a privacy leader? What are the styles of leadership that work more effectively in certain parts of the privacy organization? What is the strategy that you have? You know, how have you aligned that strategy with the business strategy? What are the shared values, those ethical pieces that we have, the cultural pieces, the training that we have in the organization? So we went through each S step by step in the Privacy Leader Compass book, but then we also added in contributions for those 7S's from 60 pioneers of privacy, global pioneers of privacy across the world. So they kind of added value to those 7S's.
Awesome. So how did you, teaming up with Todd Fitzgerald, come about to write a book?
So Todd and I knew each other for many, many years. So we know each other in the context of cybersecurity, and we've often met, our paths have crossed frequently over a 20-year period, over 2 decades in cybersecurity. And then Todd wrote this amazing book, the CISO Compass, a number of years ago, and he leveraged the 7S model in the CISO Compass to define cybersecurity leadership. And it was a Canon Award-winning book. I really enjoyed it. It was a fantastic book. So I suggested to him that maybe we could work together and create the same process for privacy leadership. So that's essentially how the connection between the two came about.
Awesome. So I have to ask, is there any relationship between the research in your PhD and the book, as there seems to be, there's like a year between the two?
Sure. I think when you do a PhD, you become so accustomed to having absolutely no free time and giving up every moment of your life and dedicating it to just doing a PhD, that when it's gone, it's almost like there's an empty corner in the room. So I think for me, that empty corner in the room had to be replaced rather quickly with the book. And it seemed a natural progression to write a book. But the actual subject matter of the book is not the subject matter that I studied in my PhD. My PhD is focused on privacy as a CSO and an ESG. But we do give one chapter to that particular aspect of privacy within the book under the shared values chapter. But also in the book, I talk about the theory of privacy. So I go beyond the compliance elements of privacy and sort of extend, and I hope, that's my aim, is that the book will bring a much wider lens to people so that they can see privacy beyond the standard compliance elements and realize that it's a real social need. It's so much more than just a compliance requirement.
What's next?
It's a great question. I am taking a break from writing anything. So just, trying to kind of get to terms with the book, see where the book takes us. And then I suspect I'll probably write another book. Maybe not co-author, maybe write it by myself. You learn your skill, your craft, working with other people. So maybe I'd like to try another book. Maybe something to do with privacy and AI governance, because that's the space I'm in at the moment. But it's a wait and see. The talk I'm talking about at RSA is about privacy and AI governance. It's a space that I'm particularly interested in. But at the moment, I'm not quite sure what next is.
Well, I look forward to watching your progress.
Thank
and
you
it's been
so
a
much.
pleasure talking to you.
Thank you for having me.
This was our last interview for the day. So to look along with our coverage, feel free to visit securityweekly.com/RSAC, and I'll be back here bright and early tomorrow morning with my friend Adrian Sanabria.